left. This is Eric Anderson with Poker House Dallas. We're going live with Next Gen Poker.
First time in the booth here at Poker House, but more importantly, the first ever live stream 131K Max at Poker House featuring Next Gen. We got Rosie and Jello and soon to be myself out there on the felt. I'm starting us off in the booth until the boys Haslet House Poker get in, and they're going to finish off the commentating then.
Perfect. I'm going to jump on here and go share it on my personal Facebook page.
Nice. Okay. So essentially what this 15-minute period is we're waiting to get started because this is a 15-minute delay stream, which is the best way to do a stream, obviously.
Let me double check something.
So should we go straight to the table?
We can't for 15 minutes. All right. Default audio. That all looks good. Pull that down. See, so that doesn't do anything. So what we're hearing is these are picking up.
You want to close that door?
Right? Yeah. Let's close it all the way. I was like, I'm hearing too much background noise.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
That sounds bad.
These are really good microphones.
Yeah,
They're picking
really
up that
good
stuff from that I can't even hear until I listen to it on the microphone. All right, let me jump on here.
They're playing on table 8 right now at 6 o'clock in about 2 hours. We're going to move them over to the...
I pulled up an old one that I was testing. We had some problems Thursday where we played for about an hour, and then I don't know why the whole thing just crashed on me, and I didn't want that to happen tonight. So I sat here and I streamed for an hour to make sure everything worked. I'm going to go live.
We appreciate everyone that has come in early, of course, to watch. And once we get this action started, I'm very, very, very hopeful that it's going to be an action-packed stream. We got a lot of players that I am very familiar with, especially Woodley. A lot of history between ourselves and him on live stream. So we know he's going to bring the action. He always does. And hopefully we're going to be there to collect or maybe to get stacked ourselves. And Eric, today what we did was we were giving out shirts to everyone who stacked us today. Got a free Next Gen Poker shirt.
I saw your TikToks.
So no one actually stacked me, but I just was like wanting to give out shirts like I planned on today, and I just gave out a bunch of shirts anyway. Didn't get stacked, so
Super fun. For the people who don't know what Next Gen Poker is, I was one of them a month ago. I'd never heard of Next Gen Poker. Can you explain, like us boomers out here on Facebook, don't know what TikTok is? Explain to me what Next Gen Poker is.
Yeah, I would love to, Eric. So Next Gen Poker, it's just 3 guys. It's a simple of basically 3 guys who love the game of poker, and they loved it so much that they started documenting their journey, starting from the 1-2 tables up in Oklahoma at Windstar Casino, all the way now to the deep stack Poker House games on live stream. So we've come a long way for sure in the short 2 years that we started this journey.
How old are you guys?
We're 22.
Just graduated college.
Just graduated college in May from Southern Methodist University.
Super fun. This is exciting.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Yeah, so what started from a 1-2, what started from a 25-cent, 50-cent game in a fraternity house.
Yep, right on.
So as Jello grabs my phone from me, I would love to answer any more questions. So if we need some people in the booth.
Yeah, if you're in the wrong phone. You guys multi-phoning?
Yeah, we have a content phone.
All right, so we've got a dozen viewers up here right now. If you're in the, tell us where you're watching us from. Are you in Facebook or Twitter or YouTube? Go ahead and Twitch.
Oh, so we get to see comments from Facebook and YouTube, Eric?
Yes,
Ooh.
we see all the comments,
So Eric, what do you think? As a poker fan, what do you think about the 1-3 stakes? Is this what the live streamers, what people watching want to see?
So the thing is, I've talked to people and they'll watch high stakes poker where Daniel Negreanu, Bill Ivey, and Doyle Brunson buy in for $200,000, and it looks super exciting, but they can't relate to that. They're never going to. That's more than their house costs, right? So they're never going to, shipping it. When I used to watch those, 15, 20 years ago when it first came out, I would just, in my brain, I would move the decimal point. So, he's in for 100,000. Well, that's like me being in for 1,000. Okay.
I like that.
Oh, and he bet 20,000. Nah, that's like me betting $20. So I just in my brain had to move the decimal point. DFS Brett on YouTube. So I've talked to people who say and since we started streaming day ones in the tournaments, the $400, $500 buy-in tournaments, and instead of just the final table, we're streaming day ones after the first break, like level 5, and people are excited about that because they might never make it to a final table, but they can make it to level 5.
Yeah.
You know, and they can see themselves, and it's great because for those people, their friends, they are poker. You know, in their world, they're the star of their world, and they are poker players to their friends. So they get to come in here and play not $100,000 game, but play what's the max buy-in? $1,000 today?
Yeah,
$1,000 max.
Today it's 1,000.
One of the guys in here bought him for like 300, and they're playing 1-3, which is your most common game you're going to find
relatable.
everywhere, and people can relate to that. They'll go, "Oh, I can do that. I can play this."
And Eric, one of the more under talked about parts of these live streams and just the total benefits of being on these live streams, besides the fame and getting to share with your friends, it's the study material. I mean, when else do you get to play? Let's say you're playing a tournament with 8 other opponents you've never played against. When else do you get to see the hand that your opponent had when they were jammed on the river and you made a big tight fold? Normally you're going to go home, have no idea if that was the right decision or the wrong decision, but now you have a live stream to see all those juicy details and to see if they did indeed bluff you or not. So
right on.
That has been one of the most under talked about things that I've gained from doing these live streams, and now hopefully doing these live streams once a week here.
It'll be super fun.
Every
Sunday 6 o'clock. You guys are locked into the calendar. I just put the multi-stream chat on the stream, so everybody watching, if you're watching in YouTube, you can see what Eddie said on Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook, you can see what DFS Brat said on YouTube, so you can see everybody chatting. It's just one of the features I like. We're up to 18 viewers and we haven't even done anything yet. Check the text message. Okay.
What up, Eddie? How you doing? Hey, guys, thanks for coming early. I appreciate that. People coming early to the stream. We've got 18 viewers. This is a brand new YouTube poker live stream. We are excited to boost it, make it better, make it more exciting, do everything we can to bring you guys the best content, free content that you guys all enjoy. So the 18 of you, make sure you're subscribed and liking, as I'm sure most of you are if you're here this early.
DFS says I'm in 2 weeks from now. Eddie normally does commentary for us. He's fabulous. I love him in the booth. You've got 2 guys coming in.
Correct.
Today, and then you're going to jump back on the stream.
Correct.
Because I was going to have Eddie come in if you needed us, but you're locked up ready.
Yes, so appreciate that, Eddie. Yeah, we got the Haslet House Boys. So they are a group of poker vloggers. I'm sure a lot of the Texas and Dallas locals will have heard the name before, as they have been playing in this community for over 5 to 10 years. So they're awesome guys. We wanted to be in our first inaugural Next Gen live stream. And they had a little scheduling error. Thought it was 7 p.m. start. We actually started here at 6 p.m. sharp. So no worries to the boys. We'll see them soon. And I know that they are so excited to commentate, as they've been watching our vlogs and they've been helping us. So they're excited to commentate and kind of see us firsthand how we're doing and how we're playing.
I can see why they would make that mistake. The last 2 weeks I've been streaming at 7 p.m. So we just switched it to 6 p.m. for you guys.
Yeah.
You probably thought we were on our standard schedule. So that's a very common mistake. I can see that happening.
So we got 2 minutes till the action starts. Make sure to
Excited?
share this stream. I'm very excited. I know that I won't be here too long, as the boys will be here, so I'll get to my chance to play, which I'm a little bit more excited for. As a poker player, I love just getting in spots, configurations. We got a lot of good players out there, and a lot of subscribers that have been subscribed for a long time, so they know my game, and that's kind of the meta game that's going on beyond the actual.
You know that I know that you know that I know that you know
that I only open this here in this spot. Yeah, exactly. And that's the great part about poker. It is a meta game, and whoever can go the next step is going to eventually win the hand, and I love that. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions. We got Tammy. Can't wait to come see the room next month. Let's go, Tammy. You'll love it. It's a beautiful room. We really enjoyed it so far, as we've come over here and we fully are embracing the Poker House community and the brand, and we're stoked to build it up and just start to get as many games going. Hopefully these 1-3s will catch on. I know the Texas scene, and I was going to ask you about this specifically. The Texas scene in Dallas doesn't like the 1-3 game, but in Houston they get 1-3 games going all the time. Okay. But in this room we only do 1-2 normally.
So I
it's
don't know the
weird.
answer to that question.
Yeah, it's weird. Poker players they're finicky.
It's whatever. And I personally like 1-2-5 because I hate it when it folds around to the small blind and they look at each other and you want to chop it. I'm like, that's a waste of time. Let's go. Let's go 1-2-5. Now there's no chopping.
Yeah.
Now we've got some money to play for.
And I'm glad you brought in the button straddle because that is something they do here at Poker House and definitely changes the game and allows to play a bigger 1-2 than you might be in other rooms. So I know I appreciate that option to straddle. As DFS asked a question for us, hey Frankie, play 7 deuce like you would under the gun premium. That is the worst hand in poker, as almost everyone here probably knows by now. I will maybe pull something off for the stream, but probably not a 7 deuce open. Maybe just a little sneaky bluff with in an under bluff spot. How about that? And I think we missed one more.
Eduardo Bando says you're vlogging from Poker House from now on.
Yeah, we'll be doing our first vlog on the channel a week from today, 11 a.m. So we actually had a little bit of a little next gen, not necessarily a meetup game, but a little next gen get together with. We had one table with just our Discord members and Discord. Oh,
Explain what Discord is.
wait, we gotta see as
I'm gonna
we.
turn this up.
We're gonna get started with the live stream too, so we'll get into that. But let's see, we got Rosie looking good. So can they see this so far, Eric?
They can see this right here. This is exactly what they see.
Nice. Okay.
So tell them what Discord is.
Okay, so Discord is basically a big group chatting app, and it's the way that we have communicated and we talk with our subscribers and fans. It's the best way to do it. No one wants big phone group chats or nothing. Right. So Discord's the best way to do it, and that's also where we send the signups for these streams. So all these players, so all 9 of these players are on the Discord, and what they've done is they've just signed up on a simple sign-up sheet because they've been in the Discord. And to get into the Discord, all you have to do is go to Poker House's Facebook page. There's a post with a link to a Patreon service, which is a service where for $5 a month you can sign up, and that gives you access to a bunch of next-gen perks like discounts to our poker shop, and basically that immediately gets you access to our Discord, and then you get to play with us every single Sunday. So that's kind of an overview as we're still looking to get into our first hand of the night. So let me know if you have any questions about that. Discord is something new to you, right?
Oh, brand new to me. We talked about it this morning, and so I'm brand new to it. So if you want to, there's a long list of people who want to get on this list. It's kind of like a priority where kind of like I'm a gold member on Delta, so I get first class if it's available, that type of thing.
There's a 3-tiered memberships. So there's a $5 a month, there is a $10 and a $25 a month. So the higher tier members get to sign up just a few days earlier to the live streams. Okay. And again, there's going to be a lot of opportunities to play. So it's not like those members will be taking all the seats, as every single week we will make sure to get new players in. So one of the bigger things too, if there's a higher tier member who's played multiple weeks in a row, I'll make sure one of the newer members gets a seat to make sure he gets to get playing, as a lot of people have been excited and looking forward to, deservedly, to get their chance to play here at Poker House Live.
Yeah. It's going to be just a few more minutes. You can see I'm out there testing, helping. Now, King is a dealer. He's the only dealer right now in the room trained to stream, to deal on the live stream table. It's a different deck. It's a different set of rules that I require them to go through a training class. And when I looked around, he was the only one in the room that had done it. So I'm like, dude, I got to lock you in. He's like, I haven't taken a break yet, Eric. I'm like, all right, go take a 20-minute break, and then I'm going to lock you in. So I hope these guys take care of him, because he's locked in now. He doesn't get to deal any other table for the next 3 hours.
King is awesome, so we really appreciate him stepping up and helping us out. And we got almost 50 people here. Let's go as we get into our first hand ever of the Next Gen Poker live stream. Oh, I'm excited.
Who's Omar?
Let's see, Omar in the chat.
Jack and Brendan are saying Omar Meatloaf. What does that mean?
Well, they're probably maybe a nickname for a player.
Do that? Okay.
We got a little.
There's a few guys on here I don't know.
Yeah, we definitely have some. Well, a lot of our viewers will be friends and family of the chat. So maybe we got some Meatloaf and a couple nicknames coming in here. I love it. We'll figure out who the fans are rooting for very soon as the hands start going. I'm glad there is a little delay here, because that means that I'm not going to miss too much of the action.
You're not.
No.
You missed 15 minutes of what's going on. So this is our first hand. We're playing 1-3. Jelly bought in for 500. Steven again says Omar Meatloaf. I'm excited to find out what that means. Everybody's talking about it.
Let's go. Woodley with the beautiful 6-9 offsuit. Looks like he's going to limp in here. He's going to be one of the more action players, which... Oh, he's going to put in a raise. I love it.
Nice.
15 open.
So we've got my man Rick running Action Tracker for the first time today. He's been training on it. This is his first time going solo. So if there's any mistakes, like he clicks on something or whatever wrong, let's give him a little bit of leeway here.
Yeah,
because
of course.
It's his first time.
And we're on our first ever Poker House stream. So there's going to be a couple of things that we'll obviously figure out as we go to a flop. First ever flop of 8-8-7 Rainbow. Pretty good one for Woodley's exacting. He's going to open it into straight draw. Kenny doesn't have much besides a...
I like Kenny's call with the 3-5 suited, but with the aggression, he's going to let it go. Now, how many of these people do you know and play with on a regular basis, and how many of these people are new?
So most of these players are new. We got Rosie and Jello, who I play with at least once a month on stream, so I know their game very well just from studying and playing. And then we got Woodley, who's a very, very well-known reg from our live streams. So we've got a lot of history, and the rest are fresh. So I'm excited to see how the rest of the boys play. I know we have someone from Waco playing from Baylor. That's going to be Jonathan. So don't know how he plays really, but we got some really solid players. And if they've been watching Next Gen Poker's vlog, then they probably picked up a couple of good tips.
It's such a small sample size, though. I mean, you're getting 1 or 2 hands out an hour maybe out of the 20, 30 hands you get dealt. So I had people worried about, man, they're going to see me on the blog or they're going to see me on the live stream and they're not going to know, I don't want them to know how I play. It's a very small sample size, unless after a few months of watching hours after hours and compiling information, they might get a read off of you. And
yeah, exactly. And that's a very good point. I mean, they're going to see 4 hours of you play. Come on, guys, come play. And your game, every single spot and configuration is different. So they're not going to learn too much for you. As we get into the action of the next hand, looks like there was a straddle in play, I'm going to assume.
It says 3 to call. Now, here's the deal. If he did straddle to 10,
so
Rick put raise to 10 instead of straddle to 10. So that's actually a raise and then a bet to 30, not a 3 bet to 30.
So we got a straddle of 10 and a raise to 30 in the hijack from Rosie with the 5-4 suited. It looks like Jello in the big blind makes the call and the straddle folds. Flop comes ace high. Let's see what Rosie does here. He has that gut shot straight draw. Pretty good flop for him. Obviously a very good board for his range.
He's Rosie's double gut. He can get a 6 or a deuce.
Oh, good. Nice catch. Yeah, so he's got a big draw. Bricks out on the turn. Doesn't pick up hearts. Looks like
I think Jelly gives up and Rose is going to just steal it from him. Represent the ace. And Jelly can't defend with 2 5s on that board. Attaboy. It's done. Good job, Rosie.
Okay, Jello hasn't snap folded. There it is. Okay, take it down, Rosie. First hand for next gen goes to Rosie.
I like it. And these are both your guys, right?
These are
Jelly
both
and
my guys.
Rosie. They're both. How much do you like to win money from next gen guys
I
as opposed to
freaking love it.
All right.
Freaking love it.
Hey, I'm gonna step out of the
Let's
booth.
go. I get to
Here you
play.
go.
Okay, all right. So we got the boys. Haslet House Poker
You guys
coming in.
both here or just you? Chris is on the way.
Do you want to stay with him for a little
Yeah, I'll
bit?
stay with Nick. Come in.
I'm gonna make sure everything's going good out here. I have a phone in here somewhere. There it is. Cool. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Just close that door, Nick.
You got it, buddy.
Welcoming in Nick. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. It's great to see you. How are you?
I'm doing good. You've only missed 2 hands, so we're very fresh in this game. So we got a very fun and active lineup, as we were mentioning before. A couple of regulars, a lot of new faces as well. And Rosie bluffed Jello to start off the first hand. How do you like that?
Nice. That's fun. I'm glad to hear that.
Kenny's going to be limping in here under the gun. He already played 5-3 suits. Looks like he's going to be trying to get in the action. I appreciate that. And there is an open on the button. JK is Justin, so he's new to the stream. We're very glad he's in here. He makes it 15, and it looks like Kenny makes the call. King, Queen, Deuce board. Flop and top pair does Justin. Kenny checks it on over, and there is check, check. Okay, so I like this play with top pair. He doesn't have the best kicker. Maybe the worst king he might show up with here, King 7, Nick.
Sure. Kind of disguises the strength of his hand, too, right? Might get some action later. I'm going to turn a river here, and he does get a great turn card. I'm assuming he's just going to call.
Yeah, nothing else to do there. You got the diamond draws, so if you do pick up diamonds, you can raise, and there is a very nice river.
There it is.
Queen of diamonds. Let's see if Kenny bluffs here. No, he's gonna check. Justin's gonna try to go for some value. I don't think there'll be any to get here with 10 high.
No, gonna have to pray that he goes for a crazy raise, and does not this time.
All right, takes it down. So I'm going to be in here just for a little bit longer until Chris comes. So tell me, how long have you and Chris been playing poker?
Oh, goodness. In terms of just playing casually, for me, it's been about 18 years.
Wow,
Yeah.
18 years. That's pretty impressive. So we have some commentators with a lot of experience. I know Chris is somewhere close to you in that range, Nick.
Yeah, definitely in the teens at least.
Nice.
it's been a while.
So these are some of my really close friends too that are coming along to commentate. So I really appreciate them coming into the booth for the first ever Next Gen Poker live stream.
No doubt, dude. And we appreciate you inviting us to do it. We're excited. It's gonna be fun to watch all three of you guys battling together.
I agree.
Same table, and I'm assuming these are guys from your Discord.
Yep, from the Discord.
Awesome. So if any of you guys out there are interested in getting in the game, that's how you do it. You search the boys on social media.
Find their Instagram, get the Patreon link on our Instagram. So we would love to play with all of you guys watching, as there is a pot developing here. Willie's opening 10-8 in the small blind. Looks like Rosie's just going to limp call with ace-3 of spades. Probably could limp raise with the aggressiveness of Willie, but totally fine seeing a flop here, and we're going to go 3 ways.
Yeah, I'm with either option.
Oh, how about that flop from Mr.
Nice.
Rosie?
Wow. Very well disguised, too, because I bet Woodley is not going to expect Rosie to have a 3 here very often at all.
Almost never. It would have to be ace-3 specifically, limping out of the gun and calling. I like that he checks. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Let him catch up.
Tricky Rosie.
Not the card you want to see, though, for Rosie. The very dry 2 of diamonds and 2 very quick checks. He's going to try to get some value here. You would love to see like a king or a queen right there, Nick, on the turn, hoping he hits that top pair. But no, looks like he's just going to take down the small pot here, and that's okay.
The deuce might be the worst card in the deck.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Got a little fly in the action here.
We're going to have to get that, aren't we?
Yeah, he's getting up in the grill a little bit.
As we see the chip count. So not everyone bought in for $1,000 max. I will be joining for $1,000 when I get into the game here in about 15 minutes. Justin started the lowest at 300, and the other players that started a little bit less, as you can see, a couple $500 stacks, a couple $700 stacks. So pretty big for a 1-3 game. I mean, the option of buying for 300 big blinds is pretty specific to Texas, I would say. Not really a standard thing you'd see in other parts of the country.
Makes it a lot of fun, though, right?
Yeah, I agree. As Jello gets to open up his first hand, the knight looks down at king, queen in the cutoff.
Nice. Oh, boy. And what do you know? We're going to have some more next-gen on next-gen action here.
Rosie picking up the aces.
I'm sure Jello does expect Rosie to be pretty tight, and yeah, he does just find the fold. I'm sure he expects Rosie to just do a lot of completing here in the big blind. Finds the fold and gets away cheap.
Not much Rosie could do there. I mean, he went pretty good sizing, 75, hoping to get called or raised, but, Woodley likes to double call, so just one of those fortunate spots with aces that you don't get any value. That's fine. Takes down $30, and we're on to the next hand as Rosie has the chip lead.
Nice.
Good early start for the kid.
I was enjoying watching you climb up the chip lead count the other night when you were playing in that huge 5-10-20 game.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. So on Tuesday here on Poker House Live, we played a 5-5 game that I was invited to that quickly got and turned into a 5-5-10-20-40.
Woo!
And we flopped the nuts the first hand and had a full double up. So that was a very good stream. If you haven't seen it, make sure to go back and check it. It was on Tuesday of last week.
Oh, Steven Fisher is telling us Tom Brady's out. Steven, can you just got carted off. Oh my goodness.
Oh, we have a big Tom Brady fan in the chat.
Oh, big Tom Brady fan in the booth.
Thank you, Eric, for getting us on the actual live stream. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm going to turn on the chat box so people can see that.
I really hope Tom Brady is not out of the game. You think that's...
Goodness, Steven says he just got carted off. WTF.
Okay, can someone else confirm this story?
Can you hear the table mic yet?
It's very low, it seems.
Okay. It might be a couple more minutes.
Okay. Willie's got a real hand this time in the hijack. He's queen offsuit. Makes it 15. No action.
I love how you say Woodley has a real hand this time, because we all know Woodley loves to give action. He's a great guy to watch play poker. He's going to put people in some tough spots and take some unconventional lines. I love that.
I do too. I appreciate that, and he's been a supporter of the channel a long time, so we really appreciate him. We made sure he was one of the guys who got a shirt today, so he gets a Next Gen Poker shirt for his continued support, and we really appreciate everyone tuning in to watch. We got about 50 people as we are on hand number 6, I think. Willie limps in with the King 6 suited. He's gonna mix in some raises, some limps with his hand, I'm assuming. Probably a mixed strategy. The graphics look great. The table looks great. Everything looks awesome.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Oh, there we go.
Hey, there it is.
All right. And we got table mic action.
So we're going to do our best in the booth, and I know Nick and Chris are going to do the best to stay quiet when people are all in. The table audio gets really juicy, so we have the option to turn that volume up, turn it down, so let us know if the table audio needs to be bumped up or turned down a little bit. Looks like the action was a little behind here. For those people that don't know, these are RFID specific cards. So the table needs a specific type of cards to read. And as you can see, sometimes the graphics take a little bit to catch up as the dealer puts out the flop, turn, and river. And that's obviously the case here. It was a pot that just checked down, and it looked like the big blind Justin took it down with pair of jacks. Got a 10-down straddle from Woodley. So straddle to 10, and then a raise from Jello and the big blind to 40. Looks like Woodley defends. Fair fight.
I wonder if Jelly was going for jelly or jello here.
I was wondering the same thing. I kind of like jelly jello. That sounds good.
Jelly
though.
jello?
Jelly has the ace of hearts. So doesn't pick up a flush draw. Looks like, I wonder if he's going to give up here. Let's see.
So Woodley was a straddle here, is that correct?
Correct, yep.
Okay, gotcha. Nice big raise size pre-flop from Jelly. Fan of that. C-bet's small. And turn bet's pretty small too. Looks like he's probably going for value here, huh? A lot of draws out there to get called by.
Woodley does raise.
Interesting raise from Woodley. Getting some protection for his hand here.
Yeah, I mean, he has the 91%. However, I totally understand, as you hate most river cards above like anything above a 10, you just really don't like it. So I definitely understand the need and the feel of needing to raise for protection. And with Joe's exact hand, see what he does. Doesn't want to fold, does he, Nick?
He might have thoughts of going for some bluff skis on Heart Rivers, I think, huh?
Yeah. I think that was definitely in his mind, his thought process, but he does eventually let it go, and Willie takes it down, plus $100 to, you know?
Got a feeling Jello's also thinking that Woodley, being an aggressive player, might just be punishing him for that small turn bet. You know, he comes small on the flop and then small again on the turn. And might think Woodley might have a few extra bluffs in there to kind of take advantage of him for choosing that small sizing. But this time he decides to lay it down anyway. And it was a good fold.
Yeah, I agree. I think that overall on the turn, I'd rather just check or bet big instead of that kind of merge between like a check is obviously the weakest action and betting big would be the strongest action. Feels like that you're a little in between of what you want to do there. However, I totally understand his want to bet with the ace of hearts. He's blocking flush draws, and unfortunately this time Willie had top pair, and he's definitely not going to be letting that one go.
Sure. I think he still expects to have the best hand a lot, and just wants to keep control of the action there, and expects to still get called by a lot of worse hands.
And Willie's definitely capable of that, so that's a very good point.
Absolutely. He might have been feeling like he induced that raise, and Woodley could have any kind of float from the flop that says, well, I don't want to fold for 35, so gonna go for it.
All right, and we see a couple left before Willie's got ace king.
Real hand. Real hand alert for Woodley.
He makes it 20. I think he's going to get multiple callers here. Just does get heads up against Justin's pocket fours. They have the lead right now. It's going to be hard to face a lot of aggression on that ace-high board. It is going to put Willie in the lead.
Oh, goes for a sneaky check.
Willie definitely gets sneaky. He's very capable of some surprises. So I like the check as well here.
And it looks like it might earn him $25 for that. It does.
It does.
The sneaky check works. Do you think JK would have been calling if Woodley bets 25 on the flop there?
I don't think so.
Yeah, probably not.
Now his pocket fours are counterfeit, so he definitely won't like seeing that ace. Although it does make it like...
Oh, he gets sneaky again.
Oh.
It's going to give JK a chance to bluff at it. Oh,
it
goodness.
worked. Well played, Woodley. Well
Nice, Woodley.
played. I think you literally played this hand perfectly. I literally played this hand absolutely perfectly.
Against JK's exact holding, especially.
Like, that was great. It's hard to get called by a 9 if you raise here anyway. Maybe a min raise gets called by a 9. He's all in, and we have a quick fold from Justin, so.
Yeah.
Nice hand, Woodley. He's got the biggest stack so far, up to 1.2 thousand in this 1-3 game. Just a casual 400 bigs.
Let me ask you, Frankie, there on the end, if you're Woodley and you're thinking about raising, do you think it's better to go as small as possible or to just go ahead and stick it all in there and try and make it look like you're bluffing? Trying to get called by a 9, right?
So the reason that I like going smaller is because Justin short bide, I don't think that he's going to be making a ton of hero calls like in these big pressure spots. I like, as the bluffer, I like going all in because it really does put you to a big decision, and you in general are probably getting some overfolds. So that's why I kind of like the smaller sizing, just to put less pressure on him, because like I said, I want a call. I'm desperate for a call. I want an extra $50,
Sure.
Squeeze out any more value. However, with someone's image like Woodley, if he's playing against me, I think the best option would be to go polar, like to go all in, make it,
Sure.
one or the other. So I think that against probably player dependent, I would change up my sizings a little bit.
Sure. I'm with you.
Still very hard to get called in that situation. You'd rather just hit trip aces with no paired board out there, so it's not just your trip aces with a good king kicker, as we're taking a little bit of a break here.
Frankie, I got to get your first impression. If Tom Brady is in fact out for the season with an ACL injury, as it appears our chat is telling us, do you expect him to retire with that injury or try to recover and play another season next year at 46 years old?
Man, he's a competitor, but that's a tough injury.
That's tough. And the wife wants him home. We all know that.
Clearly, there's something going on there behind the scenes with his family, and so I think that honestly, Nick, I want to say the safe bet with that he would retire.
Yeah. That
As
would
much
make
as that-
logical sense.
That would make logical sense and human sense, but we know Tom Brady's not human, so
Exactly.
he might prove us wrong.
Exactly.
Willie finds a good little squeeze spot here, as there were 4 callers to him. He makes it $50 to go in the small blind. He's got king 10. It's a hand that wants to go, heads up. You don't want to go multi-way with this type of hand out of position. He takes it down. Great squeeze. Willie's had a great start to this stream. I love it. Aggression is, obviously a very important part of poker.
For sure.
But let me ask the question to you, Nick. Do you think Tom Brady's going to come back after this?
You know, I'd say my sentiments are pretty similar to yours, but I would love to lean towards the optimistic side as a fan and say that there's no way that he's going to go down his last season with an injury and say, I'm going to just call it. I have to imagine that he's going to come back with, you know, he still has an elite level arm, so I have to imagine that he's going to try and come back and give it one more go.
And
maybe with a new team.
Nick and I both went to the Cowboys versus Buccaneers game when they came to town. So
for sure. And if he does end up retiring, how happy am I going to be that I went and saw that game, considering it was the first time I've got to see him play live, and was thinking I had the entirety of the season at least to get it done. But glad I went to the first one.
Yes. Yeah, I'm really glad I got to see him too. And he's obviously a legend that you just want to have. People tell the kids, yeah, I went to Tom Brady's, one of the last games he ever played. So that would be, you know.
Absolutely. It's going to be like saying you saw Michael Jordan play him.
I agree.
His last season with the Bulls.
Jonathan's finally getting the action here. He's raises under the gun $15 with the suited ace high, ace 7 of clubs, and Willie defends his button.
Deep stack poker here. Both of these guys have $1,000 to start the hand. And it's a pretty interesting flop. A little something for both players.
Jonathan starts with a check. Small bet from Woodley.
It's like Woodley's just betting in alignment with what his actual hand is and trying to get called by some worse hands. But Jonathan decides to take the more aggressive route here and go for the check raise.
What a card.
Wow.
What a card for us.
Oh, yeah. Action card here.
Let's see what Jonathan does after check raising the flop. He does continue for a pot-sized bet of $100. Woodley's probably thinking overpair. How can I make the most money here? I've got the world.
Still a lot left behind.
Like you mentioned at the beginning of the hand, we're deep.
We're deep. Oh, yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see how Jonathan wants to proceed here. It's a pretty small raise. I think there's a good chance he'll just call.
Here's where one of the terms implied odds comes into play. So if Jonathan calls here and makes his flush, he does think he's going to get paid a lot of money. So that's where the implied odds come into play. He does make the call. We're off to a very big river. What will it be? And the biggest part of the night, it is the offsuit queen of spades.
It's a brick. And Woodley just checks it down. Interesting. I was going to say there on the turn, I think against a lot of players with the nut flush draw, you'd have to be worried that they already have the made boat, right? And you're drawing dead. But with Woodley being such an action giver, I think there's no way that you can think about folding.
That is a good point. Your draw may not be live on a paired board. That might actually push me a little bit closer to folding now you mentioned that.
Yeah.
It's the nightmare to hit your club and then get jammed on call and you lose that boat. I mean, that's obviously one of the situations you want to avoid, and especially poker, just picking the best configurations for yourself. So.
Sure. And if Woodley had to really piled it in there on the turn, he might have gotten away from it.
Yeah.
From the nut flush draw, just because of it being a paired board. But again, Woodley makes a great play and picks a size that's just going to keep him around.
Very well done.
Very well done. Probably got paid the maximum there.
Woodley came in ready to play, Nick. That's what it looks like. Yeah. He came in ready to play.
He did. I'm enjoying watching him. Nice little picture there from Jelly. I hadn't noticed that yet.
Yeah, no, the pictures are awesome. I love
the pictures are cool, but did you see the face?
No, I didn't.
You got to take a little peep next time it pops up.
I wonder where my picture is. So we have Pat in the hat just joined us. He's in the big blind. He's going to get into this hand. As Woodley looked like he just limped it over and went check, check.
Pat turns 2 pair here, and Woodley makes bottom pair with an open ender. Small pot, though.
Looks like we clearly have some Jonathan friends in the chat giving him a little bit of stick. Pat's going to bet his 2 pair, and Willie makes a fold. Good fold, bottom pair. Pat takes down his first hand of the night. Better known as Pat in the Hat, and Pat in the Hat is representing with a beautiful hat tonight.
I think we need to try and get these buttons in the mix here. See if we can get some love for the hat.
There we go.
Nice.
Nice.
Double love for the patent hat. Cowboy hat tonight. Digging it. I'm seeing in the chat that it looks like early indication is Tom is out 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
Let's hope that's true.
Oh, I missed his face.
Yeah, it was so fast. You'll have to catch it on the next one. It's pretty good.
Looks like we have a 3-bet from Pat in small blind, $17. And Willie makes a quick fold with queen deuce. Pat's aggression takes it down.
I'm wondering if that 3-bet was... did Woodley open the hijack here with queen deuce? Or was it a straddle and then he just opened?
I think it was probably just a straddle,
Gotcha.
and either he limped. He might have just limped.
Gotcha.
He's 7 offsuit. It's definitely a hard hand to play in the small blind. I bet he's very happy just to take it down there.
And guys out there, we are aware that a 3-bet over an open is way different than just an open over a straddle, and we are trying to get that perfected, where every time that it's a straddle, it'll have it listed as a straddle as opposed to an open and then a 3-bet. We're working on that. Appreciate your patience. Feel like as Frankie mentioned earlier, the software is looking really slick.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm digging it.
And as we do more of these, the more perfect it'll get. So all the little things that might go wrong tonight, just go easy on us, as it's both of our first times here in the booth, both of our first times here at Poker House Dallas Live. So as we go into a pot 5 ways, Justin opened up under the gun, got 4 callers,
Nice.
and let's see who flops best here, as we have an ace king 8 board.
See Woodley hopping in there with the 9-6 off, and you gotta love that because it just creates this additional action behind you once there's more money in the pot.
Exactly. He's roping Kenny in, he's roping Rosie in, he's roping Pat in. Although those 3 players might find a call either way with those type of hands.
Maybe. You could see Kenny finding a fold here with the 7-5.
So Justin does go for the delayed turn C-bet here on a board that is very good for him. It's tough when you have 4 other players to be betting into them. But again, this is a board that does favor his range, and against these specific hands, it does get the job done.
Look at that.
What a hero with Queen 10. What a hero. I love that. Justin's not always here in Dallas, so we were very happy that he could play with us while he was in town tonight. So
Nice.
huge shout out to Justin for playing with us in the first inaugural Next Gen Poker live stream.
And that's him listed as JK here.
Yep.
Cool.
King is the best. If you guys come to Poker House and you are lucky enough to have King as your dealer, give him some love. One of the nicest guys. He has the best energy in the room. Every time I come, he asks me how my day is. Just really gets me excited to play. And oh, I love that picture of Jello. That's great. Let's go. That's amazing. Look at him. That is so good. Come on.
So good.
Everyone share the stream. We're almost cracking 50 viewers. Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Share it.
Give us a like for the fun picture with Jelly, too.
Come on, give us a like and share. Look at Juicy Jello with that. I love it. Oh, that's so great. Willie's put in a raise, 15.
Brandon saying what's up to Frankie, trying to make it down here soon.
Hey, shout out to Brandon. He is awesome to play with. He is a Discord member and a fan of the channel, so really appreciate you, Brandon. Hey, my birthday is next week. If you want to come down from Wichita to come play with me next week, you have a seat. So, and if anyone wants a seat, go DM us on Instagram. We'll get you one.
And we have 50 viewers.
That's cool.
What's the little ding sound for? Is that a sub or a like, maybe?
I think Bryce Rodstrom had liked the stream on Facebook.
Nice. Appreciate that, Bryce. All right, missing a little action here. Let's try and get caught up. JK makes a flush on the river. It is on a paired board, but pot is manageable, so I'm expecting him to still... Well, looks like there's not much to get called by, huh?
It looks like they're going to go check, and the flush is going to win this one. Willie just checking his pair down, and Pat didn't have much either.
Yeah, looked like JK was taking the safe route there and going for the check called with the baby flush on a paired board.
He's happy with the big blind special. got Jonathan representing Baylor. I know he's a sophomore down there. Shout out to Jonathan. Jonathan, Nick might remember this. We were in Choctaw for Brad Owen's meetup game, and we came to support him. And we also ran into Jonathan, who ended up having that pocket kings versus my pocket sevens set over set in that
I do remember that. We recorded a little video afterwards, right?
We did. So Jonathan, thanks to me doubling him up, I got him the biggest pot of his entire life.
Nice.
So that was all documented on our vlog. So make sure to go check that out at Next Gen Poker. Looks like Willie has put in the straddle here. I'm assuming every time he's on the gun, he's going to be straddling to 10. And I heard raise to 50 from Rosie as the graphics are catching up here. What does he have? He's queen.
Nice. Nice picture from Rosie, too.
Nice. I like that, too.
Not quite as fun as Jellies.
No, not quite as fun, but... And Willie releases the king 7. He'll let him have this one. Rosie did put a little bit of juice in there.
A little bit.
Look at, they're mentioning it right now, 46. That's what Jack said he should have gone 45. Miles says that Jonathan's going to stack all the next gen guys, Frankie. He's just got 2 more to go. I absolutely love the banter, Miles. And you know what? I have trust in my boys that he won't stack them, so I wonder if we can get a little side bet on that. Although I do appreciate you supporting your boy, as we're all here just having some fun.
Absolutely. I think we might have to get a bounty on you guys in future episodes.
I agree. Graphics are catching up here. Woodley juiced up the big blind at 35. He's got 2 callers. Miles.
Trying to book action in the chat log. Love that. Do you know Miles personally?
No, I don't. I don't. But
sorry, Miles. No action unless we can guarantee that we can settle up afterwards.
That's fair.
If you come down to Poker House, make an appearance, get to know the boys. Maybe we'll open you up for booking chat log action.
Just another benefit you get here at Poker House. Side bet action. Bo says there should be a camera that shows the cards on the flop. That is just one more camera that needs to be installed at the very top of the table. Definitely something that Poker House is looking into and definitely going to get in the future. So make sure to support the stream, and hopefully soon they'll be able to have it.
I had a big pot here, Frankie, and Pat's cards look like they never hit the scanner. So we didn't get to see what he had here, but Cam had flopped a pair, turned a flush draw, and the pot got pretty sizable, and it looked like he ended up letting it go on the river. And Pat scoops it in.
We'll have to ask Pat what he had after the stream. It's going to happen, every once in a while that your cards don't show up. We'll all do our best to just, when you play with us, just you have that square next to your chips where you scan the cards in. Maybe that's why they're paused here. No, doesn't look like we'll ever figure out.
Are you guys playing the 7 deuce game?
We aren't.
No.
We aren't, yeah. I was giving a little suspense.
Songzak is asking Frank the Bank, are y'all Poker House exclusive now?
So we will be doing we will be playing in Poker House in Dallas. That is correct. This is going to be kind of our home field. And it's nice to have a little home court, isn't it? Right?
Absolutely.
It's a little home court here, yeah. Definitely feel like we can have the most meetup games and fan interactions here. And there's some nice back rooms too. So if we want to get a little Discord games, private games too, I know they're very open to that. So we feel like Poker House just give us the opportunity to grow the channel in the best way, and we're excited to grow the room too. So you'll be seeing a lot of us here. Jello has his favorite hand.
Looks like it's good enough this time as he flops bottom 2 pair and unfortunately can't get Woodley to put in any more money.
And look who we have here.
Look who we have here.
I want to thank everyone for the time in the booth. We have Chris coming in to replace me. I'm going to go play some poker and hopefully, make you guys proud.
Nice.
See you guys.
Good luck out there, Frankie.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, guys, and we are back with you here. Had a little switcheroo, and Frankie is getting out there on the table, and now here with me in the booth, I have my best friend in the world. That is Mr. Chris Lenza.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? I'm excited to be here, and I'm very ready to watch some fun poker action.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see you, Chris.
I was listening a little bit the last 5 or 10 minutes on the way, so
Awesome. How's the audio sound?
everything sounds great. I'm excited to see Frankie get in there and watch some hands.
Absolutely. Actually, I'm over here on the other side of the booth now. It's a little hard to... You have the sweet spot right in front of the action. All right. So it looks like Jello raised pocket eights in the cutoff and gets defended by Woodley behind him. I think you're going to see that as a common theme today, Woodley being involved in a lot of spots. He's got position on Jello here too, and outflops him.
Yeah, and we know he likes to especially play with the next gen guys.
Absolutely.
We've heard that from them a couple times.
And Chris, we've already seen Woodley make several excellent plays today where he played exactly as you would want to if you could see your opponent's cards.
Nice. That's the best feeling in poker.
It goes bet call here on the flop. Not really surprised to see that.
Yeah.
I think Jello's probably betting his range on this board.
Yeah, definitely a good board for the pre-flop raiser. And I expect to see him maybe bet the turn and then check river. Versus a loose opponent, I think we can value bet a hand like eights here.
Yeah.
But another option, of course, would be to just check call the turn or check fold.
So Jello bets. Looks like he bets pretty small. Flop and turn. Obviously trying to get called by worse hands, so not surprised to see that. And then it comes another overcard to his 2 eights here on the river.
Yeah, I'm interested to see.
Me too. He
Jello.
knows that Woodley's capable of making some light call downs, potentially with some pocket pairs smaller than 2 eights, maybe even with some ace high occasionally. But he does decide to check here, and then what do you think, Chris? Is he going to find a check call or a check fold?
I would say it depends on the size. I
Sure.
definitely expect Woodley to bet here. Think we can pretty safely expect to have the best hand.
Oh, he just checks it down.
That's a
Interesting.
good result for Jello there.
Sure, and he
Nice.
didn't have to face the spot, but Woodley might not have been getting any more money out of that
Yeah.
specific hand anyway.
That's true. And nice hand for Woodley.
Yeah, Woodley's doing well so far. He's played several pots really well, and things seem to be breaking his way.
Yeah, I was just thinking on the end that if I were in that spot, I wouldn't expect Jello to be checking like ace king or king queen or king jack very often.
Sure.
So if he has any other king, we chop with that, and then maybe Jello was like bluffing twice with a hand like queen jack or something, and then hit a pair of jacks. So I think there's a consideration for going for some thin value.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Jello could easily just have a hand exactly like he has. And I think he's not going to find too many bluff check raises there, so you can kind of expect that if you do happen to get raised, that he's probably got the goods. I'd say king jack or better.
Yeah, those are the kind of interesting spots in poker where I always sort of wonder in my own game, like when I get to the river, what sort of hands I'm betting twice and then check calling with. It's just something to think about. Probably the queen jack.
So both guys kind of whiff this flop, and the aggression takes it down. And Chris, while we have a moment of dead time here, we've already mentioned it a couple of times, so I'm not going to harp on it, but just to fill you in, Mr. Thomas Brady just went down and was carted off the field with a severe knee injury.
Ouch.
Ouch. And we're just still trying to figure out exactly how serious.
Damn.
So Steven here in the chat log is saying Tom says he feels old. Says he would trade his NTFs to trade Tom's knee. I mean, to save Tom's knee. I'm with you, buddy.
We hope for a swift recovery.
Oh my gosh. It's coming to an end, guys. I've been a huge Tom Brady fan for my entire adult life and most of my childhood. That's how long the guy's been playing football. And watching his career has been a pleasure, and seeing it come to an end is just a little sad for me. So.
Nick is the biggest fan I know. Not a huge football guy myself, so I have a few words on the matter. But of course I know how legendary Tom Brady is.
All right, so we'll get back to the action here. Looks like Pat has flopped middle pair, and Jonathan and Woodley have both whiffed. Woodley takes a stab, though, and does turn an under pair to the board. He might use this as a card to continue barreling. He doesn't this time, though. Looks like he's going to try and take it to showdown. And it's going to be no good. He does occasionally showdown good here versus like a king jack, king queen, a queen jack, or a jack 8 type hand. So fours could be good occasionally, but not this time.
Yeah, I think once we check the turn, then I'm probably always checking the river when the 9 comes. They've been playing for like 40 minutes now. Is that true?
Jonathan is telling us that we're getting trolled here, which may be the case because I have not been able to check anything official. I've just been following the chat log, and might have just been bamboozled.
None of that is true, I think.
If so, I'm not even going to be mad because I'm so happy to hear that Tom is not injured.
That's definitely a good turnaround.
Love for Tom. Oh boy.
Obviously don't follow sports. Right now, all we're following is the poker action. Angelo picks up pocket 9s. And I like the 3-bet versus JK.
Yeah, a little early position versus early position action here, which protects Jello's hand. I like doing this with these types of strong enough to 3-bet, but not top of your range. So
yeah, I also think he's recognizing that JK is probably going to be opening more hands than some tighter players in the spot, as we see here with the king 2 suited. So good pre-flop aggression from Jello with the 9s.
yeah, good isolation opportunity. And that kind of contrasts with, you want your flatting range maybe to have some of the weaker hands than 9s and some of the very much stronger hands than 9s that are kind of protecting you from getting squeezed. And then some of these more middling hands, you can go ahead and 3-bet, and your EP versus EP 3-bet looks very strong to prevent other people from behind you coming in with some of those hands that they'd love to see a cheaper flop with, and now making them choose whether they want to have a cold calling range or 4-bet you.
Yeah, it's a good way to make the rest of the table announce their hand behind.
Exactly.
And I think in games like this, more often than not, if someone does continue, they're going to cold call you rather than 4-bet, which is not the worst outcome either.
So this has Woodley opened. This would be pretty loose if they're not playing the 7 deuce game, which Frankie said they're not. Or possibly this is a straddle.
Looks like he's going for it anyway with the 4-bet. Oh, gets it through. Does he show? He doesn't even show. Oh, he shows.
Oh, he does.
Shows, okay.
I thought we weren't playing. No, we were. Yeah, oh, every. Damn, I had that hand. I was like, we were playing. I didn't think we were playing. Yeah. $10? Yeah. I didn't think we were playing either. Yeah, I didn't. Otherwise, I would have won. 7 deuce.
So it's confirmed they are playing the 7 deuce game.
It sounds like there was some confusion on that.
Yeah. Is it $5 or $10?
I'm not sure.
I didn't get that. It's $5 or $10. Yeah, I will agree with what Frankie said earlier about King the dealer, also known as Eddie. He's a superstar, very nice guy. I appreciate him.
Nice. I'm sure he appreciates that. And we've got 2 nice looking hands here. This is going to be an action pot.
We got the Jellos for Rosie.
We do. Today it's the Jellies.
Oh, the Jellies.
Because Jello wrote his name as Jelly.
Oh, interesting.
Might have been an accident. And Rosie also, that appears that they misspelled his. I'm pretty sure it's S-E-Y. All right. And a little something for both Rosie and Pat. Rosie flops second pair with a heart, and Pat has the nut heart.
Yeah. What was the pre-flop action?
We should post it here in just a second. Looks like it was just an open from Rosie over a straddle and then a call from Pat.
Okay. Yeah, I think obviously Ace King makes a good 3-betting candidate, but I also like to see the occasional pre-flop flat with Ace King off.
Like what we were just talking about. It's nice to have those to protect that flatting range. And then here, you turn a well-disguised hand, because I'm sure Rosie is not expecting him to be as strong as Ace King. Could have Ace Queen potentially, but usually not Ace King. And then Rosie finds the nice fold, able to get away with the heart in his hand still.
Yeah, especially if we're at a table where we expect to get a lot of looser squeezes from the players behind us. Then it's especially surprising to them when we get to throw in the back raise.
Oh, yeah. I love those sweet back raises when you protect that EP flatting range and then get squeezed by an aggressive player. And he's thinking as soon as the pre-flop raiser folds that he's golden until you pop him with the back raise 4-bet. Whew. So got a $10 straddle on here, and Rosie limps under the gun.
How do you feel about these early position limps, Nick?
I would have to say that I am a big fan of having some early position limps as long as you are disciplined enough to include some strong hands in there. You definitely don't want to be limping only these small pocket pairs and weak suited connectors or weak suited aces. You got to have a threat that you're going to be able to play back at people when they attack your limp. And it's got to be a sizable threat. Not just a ace king every once in a while. You know, it has to be like a part of a balanced game plan. So Cam flops top 2 pair here in the cutoff. Unfortunate for him that no one else really has much. Jonathan has a gut shot.
And the ace of clubs, so we'll see where that goes. And Jonathan's betting. Now it's going to probably be tough to get a continue. Yeah, this is a tough spot with ace jack because we're out of position and we like our hand, but do we like it enough to continue versus a raise?
Yeah, that was kind of worst case scenario right there. Is the one guy who has position on you decides to raise.
Yeah.
Just got to let it go, I think. As he does, and Cam scoops in a nice pot. Looks like we're having some kind of an announcement going on out there. Not sure what that might be. Got 41 viewers right now, guys. Would love to see y'all sharing the stream. See if we can get it bumped up a little bit. We barely crossed 50 earlier. And I see someone mentioning Haslet in the chat log. Yes, this is Chris and Nick from Haslet House Poker. If you might remember that from several years ago. We're still in the area. We're still playing a lot of cards. And we're buddies with these guys from Next Gen. So happy to be helping them out with the live stream and looking forward to doing this again in the future. Where's Evan and Jack? Jack is traveling in Australia right now with his wife. She is Australian. And Evan is still playing poker here in the area and actually plays here at Poker House of Dallas often. He plays the big mix games these days. I see him playing 5100 mix all the time. And that's not mix like Omaha and Congress. That's mix like Razdoogie and Badesi. And, you know, me and Chris and these Next Gen boys are also enjoying playing those games, but we don't play quite as big as Evan.
Looks like we have some action here with top pair versus top pair. 3-bet pot. So Cam checking to the 3-better. And we have a clear check call. Might consider a check raise with something like ace jack, but definitely not with queen jack. Just noticing that it looks like JK's stack is only about 300 and the pot is already growing. And Cam is leading the turn. Ooh, and JK just turned 2-pair.
Wow.
This is going to be tough.
JK sticks it in. This is a pretty tough spot for Cam, but
Yeah.
I would say that the way JK has played so far, which I'm not sure how much of that Cam has gotten to see. We obviously can see the whole cards, but I would be surprised to see him turning a hand into a bluff here instead of just calling. So when he rips it in, I have to think queen jack is no good. And he does find the fold. Great fold from Cam there.
Yeah, it's tempting to say like there's several draws and whatnot, but backdoor spade draw is fairly unlikely. And like if JK does have the 8-9 on the flop, now he's made a straight. Obviously jack 10 improves to 2-pair. We lose to king jack, ace jack, queens, kings, aces. So usually going to be a safe fold in that situation. I think on that particular card, I would lean toward checking again and see what my opponent does. But leading is always a creative option these days because a lot of opponents get thrown off by it.
Wes says that's the best fold we've seen all day. I'm going to have to agree with that. That was a great fold.
Nice.
And Bo asks if I miss Windstar, and I'm going to say yes, I do miss Windstar. I still have the option to go up there, obviously, but the room just doesn't have quite the same zest that it used to. But I do still feel very comfortable when I make it up there to play. I really enjoy playing in that room, and I'm familiar with the staff, so I have gotten up there a handful of times since they reopened. Do you miss Windstar, Chris?
I miss I miss the old WinStar, but I would say that the thing I liked most about WinStar was the poker community and the staff and the people that made WinStar what it is. And since so many of those people are now playing in the card houses around Dallas, I feel like I get a lot of that same energy down closer to home.
Sure. Like here at Poker House of Dallas, which is definitely my favorite place in the Metroplex to play, and why I'm more than happy to help him out with the live stream here.
Yeah, I love it here at Poker House also. And I really appreciate the opportunity to get to commentate on this next gen game. It's already been a lot of fun.
No doubt. And we got a sizable pot brewing here. It's just been like a steady stream of betting the entire way. And we get here to the river, and the pot has suddenly ballooned to $300. Woodley has ace high and the bricked off second nut flush draw, and it looks like he's going to go for it. He's going to put Pat in a tough spot. Oh, he bet 75. Interesting. I wonder if he's somehow trying to value bet here. Wasn't paying quite close enough attention to the action, but Pat makes the call with second pair. I think if Woodley had gone bigger there, it would have put Pat in a really tough spot, but for only 75 with $300 in the middle,
Yeah.
I think he just kind of side calls and is right this time.
Yeah, with the king of diamonds and the ace, he's got a pretty good hand to go for a big triple barrel there on the end, and
Yeah.
maybe 300s, something close to pot, 275. That might have put Pat in the grinder, but instead he calls the 75 and takes down a nice pot.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what Woodley's thought process was there and what hands is he trying to just make a cheap bluff against an offsuit unpaired hand that had a diamond? Seems like kind of thin. Or is he value betting against other ace highs? Not sure. It's very interesting. The chat log blowing up. You guys are hilarious. Oh boy. All right, looks like we got a straddle on here. Let's let the action catch up. You have to try and catch a look at Jello's picture whenever it pops up. It's pretty funny.
All right. Yeah, I heard y'all say that, but I was driving, so.
Yeah, it's quick, yeah, unless he's in a hand, obviously. But the graphics look pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's very crisp.
Yeah, and I like the picture. I think that it adds
Yeah, me too.
another element to it. It makes it easier to kind of keep up with what's happening.
Jonathan with the jacks now.
Woodley's in there again. Can't wait to see the V-pips pop up and
What?
see how many hands Woodley's playing. He's in there.
What's this? Was it really raised to 100? Call 6, raised to 100?
It could have been, or it could have been, there was an open and then a 3-bet, and then Woodley cold called with the 9-8 because the 3-better would have disappeared. Sorry, guys.
Or Woodley open cutoff and then Jonathan 3-bet his straddle. That would also make sense. Yeah.
Looks like Woodley's kind of bricked off here, though, and is giving up as it goes check-check on the turn. He's hoping just to hit an 8 or a 9 and doesn't this time. And unless he decides to turn it into a bluff now here on the river, which might look a little suspicious. Although he would check back some kings on the turn, I'm sure, but you know, your opponent has to believe that you're doing that, and I think this check and then bet line might look a little suspicious, but he does go for it.
Now he bets big.
Wow,
too.
he bets big too. This might get it done. If he was going to go for it, he had to go big. I'm not sure what he's really trying to represent. You would think that if he turned a backdoor flush draw, for example, that he would have kept betting a lot. Maybe he does have some checkbacks, but
Yeah, and it's kind of like in a 3-bet pot, like how often are we really going to check a king when the 5 pairs, but then decide to bet it when a straight and flush come in on the river? There we go.
oh, and he makes the nice call.
Yeah, he finds the call.
Yeah, I think he just didn't think Woodley's line really added up there, and
I like it.
and he knows Woodley's active. And
Yeah, I just got shown the bluff earlier.
yeah,
Or saw
I think if I was Woodley, I would have liked, after you decide to check turn, that just kind of give up on this river, no big deal. But there was a lot of money out there, and that big sizing is power poker, and sometimes that just gets it done. You know, some people, when they just have the 2 jacks there, they don't want to put in the 275, even if they don't think the line adds up. And this time, he just tried to go after the wrong guy. Good call.
Yeah, good call. These kind of games are fun too when you start to see these showdowns and hero calls and bluffs, and it creates a dynamic of more battling and people kind of, you know, trying to one up each other and stuff like that. And that's my favorite kind of game, honestly.
Appreciate the love in the chat, Wes. If you want to get more involved at Poker House, I would say the first thing to do is just come down here and start playing. Me, Chris, and all the boys are over here playing regularly. So just come chit chat with us, hop in the games, and then maybe look to get in on this live stream game and just see how you can get involved. Up to 46 viewers. Would love to see us break that 50 count again.
All right, Woodley's back in action, raising the queen 9 off to 15 in the hijack. Gets called by Kenny in the cutoff with the ace 8 off, and Pat in the small blind. And now we're on the flop. Pat's flopped top pair, good kicker. And this will be interesting. It's a pretty dry board. See, yeah, Woodley's already checking. Oh, is that a lead? Yeah, it looks like Pat just leads. Oh no, sorry, the flop check through and we're already on the turn.
There we are. It happens fast around here.
Leads the top 2, that makes sense.
Leads top 2 and quick folds. Nice hat. Big country. I love it. I think that it's fun when the players on the stream have kind of a theme about them. I think it makes for more entertaining viewing. Gonna have to tell Pat that there was a lot of love for the hat.
Yeah, Pat in the hat.
Pat in the hat.
Suits his name. Suits his style.
Yep. I said, "Hey, Mr. Hat," when I saw him, and he said, "Mr. Hat was my father."
I like the dog on the t-shirt also.
The dog on the t-shirt. I didn't even see that.
Mr. Hat was my father. Sorry.
No, it was a stupid joke.
No, I liked it. Yeah, the American sunglasses hat on the dog is pretty great.
Yeah. Okay, we got some action developing here. Raise and 3 calls so far, it looks like. Frankie's in the... Oh, no. Jonathan decides to go for the squeeze here in the blind. Small blind bumps it up to 80. He's got 9-8 suited and actually has the exact same hand as the original opener.
I think it's fun to take hands like this as a squeeze, especially when the stacks get deeper. Kind of throw your opponents off of your more standard pre-flop ranges.
Sure. I don't mind mixing it in there either. I also love to use like some small suited aces and maybe offsuit broadways for this type of play too. Looks like he declines to c-bet and allows Woodley to take over with the exact same hand. And actually, Woodley didn't even have a backdoor flush draw with his.
But position.
He's in middle position. And continued aggression would not have worked here. So he gives up the lead, and I'm expecting he gives up the hand since he has nothing. And Pat is able to take it down with what he probably had no idea was the best hand and thought he was drawing to hearts. But good enough, and it's a pretty sizable pot with the squeeze.
Seems like all these guys are playing really well tonight.
Haven't seen the next gen boys get in too much action yet. Haven't really seen them pick up very many hands, and hoping to see that soon with 3 of them on the table. I'm sure it is bound to be coming down the pipeline. We did see Jello with the 3-bet isolation with the 2 9s earlier. That was a nice play. He's Get a little table mic here. It's got a limp and an isolation from Kenny. I love how Woodley kind of mixes in the limps and the raises with all sorts of different hands and just kind of keeps his opponents on their toes all the time.
Yeah, he's a good action player that mixes it up, puts you in spots, isn't afraid to pull the trigger.
Sure. And then flops top pair here. Kenny has turned an open-ender. And decides to go for a raise. I can't imagine Woodley's going to fold for only 30 more. He does not. He quickly calls. We're off to a river. It's a brick for Kenny. It does bring in hearts. Could Kenny possibly use this as a bluffing opportunity? I don't know if it would work. What do you think?
I don't know
Looks
if
like he is going to.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll work, but I do think it's a good card to continue betting. I think if we looks like it does get through.
The only problem is he checked back on the flop, and you would think he'd be betting a lot with hearts, but could have a 9 for sure too, is possible. And Woodley quickly folds. You're right. So looks like Woodley, just from the combined possibilities of the delayed bet or the delayed raise with the hearts and the 9 coming in, he just decided that he's not good often enough. Kind of a strange line though, to check back and then raise the brick turn. And then, I mean, would you do that with a 9? Probably not. Would you do that with hearts?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it's obviously opponent dependent. I do see a good number of players willing to check back. Pretty strong draws on the flop. Another draw there would have been Jack 10 open-ended that gets checked back and then makes the straight on the 8. And then also see people checking back front door flush draws and then, you know, having that in their raising range sometimes on the turn. So
Sure. I love the play. I just don't know if most people are doing it. So I sometimes try to avoid doing things that I don't expect, that I think other people won't expect me to do. But this time it works, so he obviously had a better read than me. And Frankie finally wakes up with a hand here, and Jonathan's going to be in the mix with the 7 deuce. This one's going to be fun. So it's gone a couple of limps with hands that I expect to be folded here after the raise and 3-bet behind them. They are, and let's see if Jonathan's going to try and make a play with the 7 deuce or just give it up.
yeah, and we're pretty deep, so this will be exciting.
Wow, and he goes for the 4-bet. And Frankie has to know that there's a small possibility he could have 7 deuce here. But generally when you get 4-bet with jacks, you're kind of in a tizzy, especially this deep.
Was this a straddle pot? Do we know?
I think
Open?
I think it must have been a straddle.
Raise to 25. What's the straddle in this game?
I think they have the option
10.
of various sizes.
I've heard 10 a few times.
Yeah, so have I, but I've also seen 6. So let's just watch and see what Frankie decides to do here.
Well, I was going to say, if the straddle is 10, then our effective stack is about 100 big blinds. And button versus cutoff, it would be totally reasonable to get it in with jacks.
He lets it go, and he's going to get shown the bad news. Oh, man. Oh, that one's fun.
Yeah. That's tough when you have jacks and you're getting 4-bet. And
Oh, and there's the look from Frankie that says it all. Got him.
yeah.
Nice. That's a fun one.
If we can-
And there's Frankie yelling out to me. Sounds like he did not know even at that point that they were playing the 7 deuce game. You might remember having heard him mention that here in the booth that they were not playing, but I just assumed that when he got out there on the table that they had talked about it. And that one gets him.
Yeah, he might have also
funny.
just meant that he didn't know in that situation if
Sure.
what
That's
to make
possible as well.
what to make of the 4-bet.
That's possible as well. So Anna in the chat says she is crushing hard on Jack. And to that, I would say, who's not Anna? Jack is the Wonderkin. We all love him here, that's for sure. And now he's got himself an awesome wife that he's been doing a lot of traveling with.
She might be talking about.
Hmm?
Do we know which Jack she's talking about?
Oh, she might be talking about Jello. Well, who's not on him either? Oh, that's funny.
I'm guessing she's talking about Jello.
Maybe. I just assumed everyone called these guys by their nicknames. That could very well be what she means, though.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Spencer in the chat says, 你好我的朋友, which means, hello, my friend. And hello to you too, Spencer. We appreciate your viewership today. Give us a like if you don't mind.
Nice. I also appreciate the comment from Jack Clary. Great sound effects crew. Thank you. This is our first time, so
First time.
we're enjoying the love.
And Wes says, when is the next break? I don't know if they're taking a break, Wes. I think they're just going for 4 hours, dude. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking back to that 4-bet, and if I'm in Frankie's shoes and I lay down the jacks and get shown 7 deuce,
7 deuce.
I am tilted right now. So let's see how this affects his game. Let's just say I'm not passing on the next aggressive spot opportunity.
The Poker House live commentator should be on Channel 5. I'm not sure if Steven is trolling us there, but that is a very nice comment. I appreciate that. Get Rosie's picture. Got the thumbs up. You still haven't seen Jello's. You got to take a look. All right, Pat comes in with the loose raise here. And is going to get plenty of action behind him from some other loose hands. And the flop is good for Cam and great for Kenny. Oh yeah, we're going to have some action here.
Straight versus bottom 2. 7. Just looking at the stacks. Pretty deep. If I'm in Kenny's shoes in this spot, I'm definitely going for the raise out of position here. I think,
A lot of action killing cards, huh?
yeah, and we just want to target strong hands that we don't block, like 2 pairs and sets and some straight draws and
Sure.
whatever else. And we want to take the lead in the hand, being out of position. It's really bad if like we just flat call here and then check again on the turn and it gets checked back.
Sure, and you have to think now that the pre-flop aggressor is out that ace-king is not in the mix.
Yeah, here comes a
And-
action killing card already on the turn.
Brutal. Looks like he's still going to go for it.
This is a tough spot with the 9
Yeah,
because
kind of value owning yourself sometimes.
I might check the turn.
For sure. It's hard for your opponents to have the sets here because there would have been 3-betting pre-flop and they just called the 15. So 10s, jacks, queens, and kings all seem like they would be pretty likely 3-bet candidates. So you're kind of targeting 2 pair.
Yeah, and they could likely have a hand like ace queen, ace jack that just flats pre
Absolutely.
and now has a bigger straight.
Absolutely. But this time he actually does get called by worse. And now let's see if he's going to go again on the river.
Yeah, now we just have
There's
no
a pot-sized bet left.
It's one of those spots where we get to the river and we're like, I don't even know if my hand is good or not.
But he's counting out the chips.
The other downside is we block like the bigger two pairs.
And he puts it out there. It looks like it's 175.
King, queen, king, jack.
I like that as opposed to shoving at least. Maybe you have a chance to get hero called, but it just feels so hard to get called by worse than a 9 after you've bet.
Yeah.
Well, you raise, bet. Cam's thinking about it.
Yeah, Cam might be thinking, what hands raise the flop? If he didn't 3-bet pre, does he have ace king in his range?
Sure.
And then what hands raise flop and then continue on the king and the river on the river deuce?
Sure.
It is kind of, but like I think
Looks like he folds.
Yeah.
Yep, he does fold.
it's a good fold. Gets shown the straight also.
And that's a good point, Chris. That's a good point. It does feel like he would be kind of limited on aces. Ace queen might make some sense, but a lot of people wouldn't even raise ace queen there when it's like a 5-way pot.
But in this game, I think it is very likely, as we just saw, that a 9 would just continue betting. Maybe 9-8, king 9, just betting and going for value, not being scared of the ace.
Sure.
And he wins a nice pot.
I would be surprised by that, though. Although this time I would have been wrong. Got 46 viewers right now. We appreciate it, guys. If you do not mind, just taking 1 second and clicking that like button and give us a sub. We're going to be on here doing this next gen poker with Rosie, Frankie, and Jello live stream game every Sunday, to my knowledge. Sometimes we'll have the boys rotating in here into the booth with us, get some other commentary for you guys, but we plan to be here every Sunday. So give us a sub and come back. All right. Looks like we're going to have Rosie getting in on the action here as there's an open, and he 3-bets pocket kings from the blind. He's up against JK. It's going to have to be a light call, and he does give him a light call here with the jack 4. Has position. I'm sure that played a part in that.
Sorry for the extra noise. These headphones are
Oh, you're good. We can't hear it.
pushing on my glasses.
Rosie bets. JK has absolutely nothing. Quick fold.
Nice flop for the 2 black kings there.
Yeah, pretty sizable bet from Rosie there. Looks like he's trying to protect his hand on this kind of wet board. This board actually is probably a little bit better for the caller as opposed to the 3-better in terms of having the nutted hands. I would expect Rosie to probably flat with especially pocket 8s and pocket 5s. Pocket 10s, he might find probably a mix, I would guess. 10-8 suited, 8-5 suited. As we see, he has jack 4, so he can probably have all of the 2 pairs here as well as the in-position defender. So this board is actually a little better, I think. But Rosie has all the over pairs and decides to go a little larger here to protect his hand. But nothing doing. He takes it down.
Yeah, I would say it's really only good for the caller in terms of nut advantage, but with such a wide calling range pre-flop, his range is going to be really diluted to so many weaker hands compared to Rosie's strong 3-betting range. So in that sense of like how our range performs on this board, I think it's pretty favorable for the 2 kings and for the pre-flop aggressor.
Look at Jello's picture.
Oh yeah, that's stellar.
That's fun. So we've got an open and a 3-bet. And it looks like a cold call from Pat. Kind of a loose call. Sharing the 10 here. It's a little unfortunate for his hand. And he whiffs. And Jello got out of there as the original opener with Queen Jack offsuit. And Pat decides to take a lead line here. This is pretty interesting, and it's not going to work this time, but might have gotten Woodley off of some ace highs. Not sure. Woodley might give him a float there even if he had ace high, but
I think he put in the immediate raise, ended the hand.
yeah, looks like you're right.
Yeah, so did Pat cold call the 3-bet?
He did.
And then leads on the 9-5
And then
deuce?
leads, yeah. Not a bad spot to lead. I'm not sure if I would choose this hand. I think I might just give up with this hand, actually, but it's a pretty interesting board to go for a lead after you've decided to cold call. Pocket 9s kind of smash you. Pocket 10s, pocket jacks pretty well on this board. Could have some nut flush draws as well. And with how deep they are, that he might even consider cold calling with some smaller pocket pairs too. Spencer says, "你的中文很," and then leaves off what I'm assuming was supposed to say 好. Your Chinese is good. 你学不学中文? Do you study Chinese? And I'm guessing by the fact that I can read this that you know I do study Chinese. And I enjoy it for it very much.
Always very impressive when Nick speaks Chinese. Love to hear it. He's been studying for years. King Jack raising +2 to 15. And looks like Pat decides to call in the small blind with the Queen 5 off. Bricks on this flop. JK flopping top pair, good kicker. Is going to c-bet and take it down.
C-bet, take it down. And we have cracked 53 viewers. Nice, guys. I think that's the most I've seen so far. Appreciate that. Give us a share, if you will. We would really appreciate that. Maybe we could work out something where we could, well, I'll save that idea. Let's save that idea. Looks like our graphics are maybe lagging a little bit here. Got a new hand in the air.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're waiting to see what the new hands are. Maybe we'll listen in to these guys for a minute. Talk some football.
Oh, here we go.
All right, we're back with a limp from Cam. UTG with the ace-10 off. Jello raising +2 with the Jack-9 suited. And getting multiple calls. This is going to be a nice multi-way
Yes, it
pot.
is. Looks like Rosie's got a sweet little playable hand there. Jack-10 suited in the cutoff.
Cam chat.
Comes a 2-king board.
Yeah, these are the kind of spots where, like, if I'm heads up, I'm always c-betting. But if I'm 5 ways, I probably am giving up a lot. But we have a decent semi-bluffing candidate here.
Sure. Got a lot of good turn cards for us. Any 9, 10, Jack, Queen, Ace, or Diamond is pretty good for us.
Yeah, it's just hard to play out of position, as seen here by Pat raising us off the flop immediately with the 4-3.
Ouchie. Oops. Sorry, wrong one, guys. There we go. That's the sound you hear when you get raised off of your c-bet by 4-3 offsuit.
Yeah, another good reason for betting the Jack-9 is that we block the weakest King X. Well, maybe not the weakest in this game, but we block some of the weaker King X that are calling pre, like King Jack, King 9, and don't have to be as concerned about the Ace King, King Queen, King Jack, or Ace King, King Queen type of hands that are going to be 3-betting us more often pre-flop. So just some more merit to using the Jack-9. But generally, 5 ways, it's tough to get through everybody. They either have a better hand or they make a move with the 4 high. All right, and Cam with the pocket rockets here.
Bang.
Raising it up to 50 from the big blind. Looks like we're going to be going 3 ways.
Yeah, was this a straddle and then a limp from the king 10? Looks like it must have been, and then a raise from the big blind.
Sounds right.
Nice. Looks like we got the graphics right there. You can see the UG/S under JK's name, meaning that he is under the gun / the straddle. So he puts on the straddle. There's a limp for 10. Just calls, and then he raises from the big blind.
Another
Flops the overpair.
really nice flop for aces.
Wow,
to
this is
extract.
a great action board. Look at this. Sorry, Chris, didn't mean to talk over you there, but 2 open enders and
Yeah, it's a good flop to go for value with aces because there's so many draws, as seen here, that we can continue betting against, and made hands like ace queen, king queen, and then the draws 10-9, king 10, and the spades. Lots of hands to target here, so we want to bet big.
Yeah.
And we want to bet often.
oh, and it brings in the straight for JK on the turn. King, what an interesting card. Kenny makes top pair to go with his open ender, and Cam's still with the overpair, but now it's starting to shrivel up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely not the card we want to see with aces. Losing to king queen and king jack now, and the 10-9,
And queen jack, as we were on the flop,
and ace 10.
and pocket deuces. A lot of danger lurks, and JK has ripped it in. Kenny calls with the pair in the open ender, and that might allow Cam to get away from this.
I like his decision to check the turn also.
He's thinking. He showed Frankie his cards there, which kind of makes me feel like he's leaning towards folding.
Yeah.
And he does.
Great fold, Cam.
Let's get a little audio going here. JK's saying it would be sick if Kenny has ace 10. He does not.
Yep, first over. 19.
It's a brick on the end, and 9-10 is going to be good.
438. 438.
Yeah, a tough spot for Kenny with top pair and open-ended still in his hand. Not sure what I would do there.
It's a
And-
tough one. It
Nice.
did allow Cam to get away from his aces, though. That was. Do you think if Kenny had a folded, that Cam would have still been able to find that fold?
I think, I'm not sure. He's probably more likely to call versus one person for sure.
Sure.
But nice pot for JK there. Did he lead the turn? No.
I think it went check, and then JK just shoved all in as the second to
And
act.
then Kenny
And then Kenny called, and it allowed Cam to fold.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he would have folded anyway, but I think it made the fold a lot easier.
Yeah, definitely. It's hard to beat 2 people in that spot.
Sure.
And way less likely that JK is finding a creative bluff there versus 2 other opponents. It's a nice looking stack right there. Love deep stack poker. It's fun. Hopefully Nick and I will be playing on these streams every now and then also, so
Yeah, absolutely.
guys will get to watch us play as well.
I wouldn't be surprised if you see me, Chris, or Jack appearing on this stream at some point in the future. Jack's just off traveling right now. We've also got another guy, goes by the name of Knock, short for Nocturnal, who is also good friends with us and plays a lot in this area and does the editing for the Next Gen Boys. And I expect to see him hopping in the mix here and also joining us in the booth here to do commentary on a rotating basis. And he is a very knowledgeable player, and I think will bring a lot to the booth. And Pat has flopped trips on an inconspicuous board. He's up against Woodley, who does turn a gut shot. So Woodley had led out and got raised by Pat on the flop and makes a loose call to turn the gut shot. And now I can't imagine that after he calls a raise on the flop that he's going to be able to fold on this turn. He might even have daydreams of going after a spade on the river as he has the nut blocker. The way he's holding his cards, though, it looks like he may just let it go.
Yeah, it's always tougher to pursue these marginal draws when the board is already paired. Obviously, it's tough to... Well, yeah, it's tough for Pat to have a boat in this spot since he just called pre. It's less likely he has queens or jacks, but still got to be in Woodley's mind that the jack 3 or the queen 3 is out there, and no fun to call a draw when you're possibly drawing dead.
Sure, I'm with you. I just thought that because he had called the raise on the flop with nothing but the backdoor draws that he might decide to float again whenever he gets a pretty primo card.
Yeah, and possibly also just hoping that Pat slows down.
Sure.
I find myself in these spots a lot where I float the flop with something, hoping to improve, and then I hit my improving card, and then I'm facing another big bet, and all of a sudden I'm rethinking
Starts to dry up on you, huh?
my situation.
I'm with you.
So Jonathan, oh, that's the chip count. He's got 17% of the chips in play. Leading right now. Definitely some juicy 1-3 stacks here.
Looks like Rosie's got something playable as he's reaching for chips.
I have a feeling it's 2 8s. Oh, I was wrong.
A reasonable guess, though. And Pat has immediately defended on his left. I think the straddle must be on for 10 here as Rosie opens to 40. And looks like Woodley's going to give him a call. It must have been a $15 straddle as Woodley calls for 25 more.
This is the kind of hand, too, that I wouldn't mind limping an early position and then mixing in as a limp squeeze, just because when we get multiple callers and out of position, these offsuit broadways become a little tougher to play. Whereas if somebody raises us and then that person gets multiple callers, now we have a nice little pre-flop pot to go after with a big squeeze. And it just helps us balance those small pocket pairs that we're trying to get in there with too.
Sure. I'm 100% with you on that, Chris. I think maybe in this spot, just because it's a $15 straddle and the biggest action player of the table is in the straddle, maybe you feel like you're not going to get that raise as often. So he just decided to go for it himself. But I totally agree with you that those are great candidates for that.
Yeah, all the options are on the table.
Sure. And so Rosie ends up having to dip out after Woodley makes another aggressive play, raises the flop, checks on the turn after getting called, and now makes a stabbing tiny bluff on the river that allows him to call with second pair again. Not really sure exactly. Maybe he's just targeting like explicitly 6-8 and a couple of other gut shots there that whiffed and is hoping he'll just fold. But you beat those hands with 9 high, so I'm just kind of surprised to see him that if he's gonna go for it, he might go a little bigger than that. But it doesn't work this time. Gets licked up by second pair. Pretty healthy sized pot there. Wes says that limp squeezes are a huge part of deep stack poker. I would agree with you that they should be, but you actually don't see it implemented that often. I don't think that it's talked about enough in the professional community or of people who make content on strategy, poker strategy. I think that they kind of pass over that as an option, and so it never really seems to seep down into the games. When you do see it, it feels like it's more of a one-off where someone just decides to sneak ace king in there or aces and go for a limp squeeze, but I don't see people build it into their strategy very often. Got a couple of limps here, and then Pat ISOs to 20 with the pocket deuces. And I have a feeling this one's going to go at least 5 ways because all 5 of these guys have playable hands. No, Cam gives it up. Okay, I was wrong. As Kenny comes in with the 3-bet, which is going to force some of these other guys to make a decision, which Rosie does, decides to dump the Jack-10 suited. Pretty healthy size 3-bet too. Looks like he was probably the straddle. Or did he limp 3-bet here? Yeah, it looks like he just called for 3. So as we're talking about it, we see a limp 3-bet, limp squeeze from Kenny with the ace-8 suited. I love seeing him mix in a hand like that. That's great.
Yeah, a good hand choice to do it with. Gets a good flop, of course, flopping top pair. Kind of surprised to see him check.
Sure.
Think that he can expect his ace to be good a lot of the time, and this is just a very favorable board for limp re-raising range.
Yeah.
But there's makes sense to check also, and maybe let your opponent catch up, hit a pair, and get some thinner value on later streets.
Yeah, I feel like it makes a lot of sense with our specific hand, but just our overall strategy might be geared more towards betting our entire range on this board after we limp squeeze. It's just kind of difficult to develop 2 separate ranges that are both going to be strong enough to continue versus all types of action. So I think it just works a little bit better as an overall game plan to just kind of keep betting with all of your hands whenever you get a board that has an ace and a king on it after you've limped and then squeezed.
Yeah, I think it simplifies your strategy that you want to have with your whole range. And
yeah, exactly. But just to harp on that for one more second, seeing him do that with the ace-8 suited, I love seeing that specific kind of hand, because if you limp and then you get all sorts of different action, like if it limps around, you're fine with that. If you get isolated by one player, you're okay with that too. You could just call and take a flop. And then if you get a great squeeze spot like he did there, then you can go for it. And the only critique that I would have there is maybe even to go a little bit bigger so you can just steal all of that money that's out there. But this time it worked out great because he flopped top pair and was able to win a healthy pot. And then now here on the very next hand, he's flopped trips against top pair and other trips. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a big one.
yeah, and I expect nothing less than a double up here for Kenny. Unless there's some chop options. Oh, now we got the boat.
And Kenny sneaky checks. Pat checks, and I'm sure Pat's probably going to be out of here after this action takes place because JK, is going to bet. And Kenny is going to be very likely to come in with the raise here. He does. Comes in for 100. Let's get a little table mic up here.
Ray McLeod. Ray got stopped. All right, we got a jumper, guys.
Kenny is all in on the river here for 440. It looks like this is bigger than the pot. About 1.2, 1.3 pot size bet. And now JK is going to be in the hot seat here, deciding if he wants to call all in. It's going to be tough to get away from trips.
Yeah, that's the only downside of waiting to put more money in, is the pot isn't always big enough to go for stacks if we do that. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's listen in on what JK has to say here.
This would be a very impressive fold if he finds a fold. The problem is he chops with worse sixes. I mean, the part that makes folding hard is that he chops with a lot of sixes. 7-6, 6-5, 6-4.
He calls.
Yep, he calls. Don't blame him. That's a cooler. He could feel, he knew it wasn't a good spot, but it's tough to lay down trips there.
Yeah, nice pot right there for Kenny.
Kenny's crushing.
Crushing. That's a big one. Let's see if there's any more table chat that goes on here. Let's give him a few more seconds.
I didn't put you on Jackson. I can tell you that. 3, 4. I didn't know if he was turning. I didn't know if he was turning your hand into a bluff right now. There were some straights that got there. Nice hand, buddy.
Sounds like JK was hoping that he might have had a worse six. As he says, I didn't put you on Jack 6. And this time, bad read, tough read. And ships a big one to Kenny. Oh, it sounds like Jello did go for jelly today. Jelly's what his girlfriend calls him. No. Gotta get that one. Dang it. I gotta learn where the buttons are. Jelly's what his girlfriend calls him. I like that one. All right. Oh, and Jelly on cue picks up the 7 deuce. And it looks like he just goes for the $60 open over a $10 straddle and call.
Yeah, I like the sizing choice.
For sure.
And we're in the cutoff.
For sure.
Good opportunity to try to win the 7 deuce game here. But unfortunately, we are going to run into some resistance as Pat just flops top pair with Queen Jack.
And Cam flops the set. Oh my goodness.
And we're out of there.
We're out of there. And luckily,
we saved a C-bet.
Yeah, wow, nice. Jello able to not put another $1 in the pot. And now let's see how big this one gets between these two guys.
Somewhat of an action killer, but with the Jack of Hearts, he's probably going to be continuing if a bet goes in. Ooh.
Yeah, the fact that he has the Jack of Hearts might earn Cam some more money.
Yeah, tough spot.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what's happened here?
He jammed.
Are we sure? I think maybe the graphics were
maybe
getting ahead of themselves just a little
there's
bit.
284 in the... Oh, hear the dealer counting out. Yeah, 282 all in. Or maybe it's not all in. Maybe it's just 282 bet.
It looks like he is all in.
Yeah, they're about a showdown.
And the heart in his hand gets him as he...
Yeah.
Gonna lose a big one here. It's tough when you flop top pair with the backdoor flush draw against a set and then turn the heart, but still had some outs there on the river, but doesn't go his way.
Yeah, and the pot was already so big. I think at least 180 pre-flop and then another 100 in on the flop, so 280 out there and facing like less than pot turn jam. So
yeah, tough one.
Tough spot. Unlucky.
Unlucky.
Nice hand for Cam, though.
And Brendan hitting us with the fire sound effects. I'm assuming that is going to be a little sarcasm there. Sorry, Brendan. We are working on figuring out exactly how everything works in here. It is our first time to do commentary, and we're doing the best that we can. I will master those sound effects, I promise you. Wes has asked us about 20 times in the chat here what folding is. And Wes, I'm just going to say that folding is when you throw your cards away. Don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, he even answered the question.
Oh, I know. He's being sarcastic, but I'm just appeasing him a little bit. I think that's the word for it.
We have seeing a pair of fours, betting, and probably everything else.
Yeah, not much for anyone else. Kenny's got some backdoor draws here.
Everyone's getting out of there, I think.
It looks like he does give him appeal, so we're going to see a turn.
Kenny is feeling confident, and that's a good turn card.
I don't mind floating with this hand, actually. I think it makes some sense.
Yeah, we got an overcard, some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
Definitely. And
Feeling
it's
good.
a great turn card here for both hands.
Have a winning image.
Jonathan makes 2 pair while Kenny turns his backdoor flush, and I wouldn't be surprised to see bet raise here. We're good. Let's see if Kenny decides just to call or go for the raise. And it looks like he just calls. Okay, so this pot's going to stay manageable. And it's a brick on the end, so looks like Kenny's going to get away and lose the minimum. I would expect to see Jonathan value bet here again. He does.
Might still have a river raise up his sleeve.
That would be sneaky. That would be sneaky, but it would just surprise me a little bit to see him go for the river raise when he had the turn raise opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. He folds.
Yeah.
Also, we didn't really get a run out that we can represent much of anything.
Yep. With you.
Small straightening card would have been better.
I like the comment from Rude Candy. Very clever. Would love to give y'all some shout out for the humor in the chat if you keep it clean enough. Brian Davis. Chat is fire. Much love to Brian.
What's up, Brian?
One of our best friends in the world. Incredible poker player. Much love to you, Brian. Looks like Woodley's going to limp in here with the ace-4.
Yeah, mixing it up some more.
Again, mixing it up. I love it. You know, you just never know what to expect from him. He's capable of having any hand at any time.
I like calling the 10-8 here in the small blind, and unfortunate that the big blind decides to raise. But we're in there.
They're in there.
3 ways.
Looks like both of them are in there, and Woodley's going to be dominated here. But he does flip a gut shot.
It's a pretty good flop for Jonathan to continue on. He's got 2 overs to the bottom cards, meaning second pair and worse, and he's got the backdoor diamonds and the 1 over card to top pair, and a pretty favorable flop for his pre-flop raising range.
Sure. But when I see this board, honestly, and knowing Woodley as a player, it feels to me like there's just a great chance he's going to figure out a way to win this hand. Position is just so powerful.
Yeah, that's very true. We're just hoping he has enough misses that don't want to continue, but in this situation, that's not the case. And ace-4 is going to win.
And Woodley figures out a way to get it done. And honestly, even if he didn't hit his 4 and decide to go to showdown there, I think there's a great chance that Woodley would have taken a stab at it on the river and taken that pot down. He's already shown a propensity to do that several times tonight.
We never meant to hurt your feelings, Wes.
I'm pretty sure Wes is giving us a hard time. But I enjoy it. I want the challenge.
Kenny picks up the king queen off, bumps it up to 15 in the hijack. And Woodley, I guess he limped, so most likely we'll continue here with ace 3, especially with Pat in there. Oh,
Wonder if Woodley ever chooses these hands as a
maybe he
limp
straddles.
squeeze. That'd be interesting to see. He whiffs this time, and Kenny flops top pair.
He's up against a set of deuces
Oh, goodness. I did not even see that.
and just gets smooth called. So I'm expecting a turn raise here. It's going to be a tough spot for
Yeah,
Kenny if
this is.
he does get raised, especially because he's got a pretty good hand, and he might get the feeling that since he's been winning a lot of pots, some of the players might start playing back at him. Those are some of the leveling games that start to happen in your head.
Sure. And also when you see the club come in, you think that there might be a few backdoor flushes that might find their way into a bluff raising.
Yeah,
range.
maybe some wheel aces that floated,
Sure.
some straight draws. Ooh, just flats again.
50 to 150 and call.
I don't mind this in position.
River's
At these stack sizes, I prefer a turn raise, try to get more money out there, but it definitely makes sense to call these in position sometimes as well. These types of hands like bottom set. In case your opponent's bluffing, you let him keep bluffing. And if he has a good hand, he's going to keep betting.
big bet here on the river, and Kenny snap calls.
Yeah. Another nice pot for Pat.
Wow. The 9 I thought could possibly save him, as it does bring in one of the key bluff raising candidates. The queen 10 straight comes in. Thought that might be a card that would help him get away, but this time looks like he was just sold on his top pair, good kicker, and was just not going to be bet off of it.
Yeah, the 9 would make queen 10 a straight. So if we have king queen, we're blocking one of the main river value bets. So that might have been factoring into his decision also. Getting a nice feature of Jello here.
Yeah. One of the 3 superstars of the next gen poker social media conglomerate. Shout out to those boys. They have the largest poker related TikTok channel in the entire world. Quite a title. And 250,000 subscribers on YouTube.
And here we go again with Woodley 3-betting him in position. Ooh, and some other nice hands in the mix.
This is going to be interesting to see how all of these guys
Yeah, I want to
proceed. It looks like a call,
Yeah.
a cold call, a cold call. And now is Jello going to think about going for a 4-bet?
I would be very excited to see that.
It looks like he is.
Nice big one. Nice. I think he's correctly assessing the situation that Woodley's going to be 3-betting him light here, and with a couple extra cold calls in there, don't expect to see too many other strong hands. King Jack is a nice blocker to use here.
He goes huge. I'm wondering if this is going to play with Woodley's mind a little bit.
I don't think it's too big because it's 50, 50,
Folds,
50,
Gets it through.
and then 275. I mean, it's big, but there's
It's a
already
healthy size.
150 in the pot.
If you happen to have aces,
He's putting in like almost half
I
a
think that
stack.
would feel pretty big.
Yeah. What size would you go with aces? With 3 other people?
50, 50, 50.
Maybe just 150. just because of the stat.
Maybe, maybe slightly larger than that. Maybe like 180 range.
Yeah,
something like that. 165.
Yeah, I mean, Jello stack, nice. I like it.
Gets it through.
Nice play, Jello.
Great play by Jello. Dang it. Sorry, guys. Not funny. I can't remember which one it is. There it is. There's the love for the 4-bet.
Got him. I went with my intuition on that one.
Nice. Which one was it? Can you point it out
The
for
middle,
me so I can get it right next time? Middle. There we go. Nice.
Always feels good. Nice big confidence boost to get the King Jack 4-bet through, especially through 3 players.
No doubt. Great play right there. And Woodley had a very playable hand, so I think if Jello did choose a smaller sizing, there's a good chance that he would have peeled there. You know, I know a lot of people would probably dump the Queen 10 suited, but Woodley's got position, and he is comfortable playing in these bloated pots with more marginal hands because he's just in there giving a lot of action all the time. And when you've got position on someone, unless you've got the aces or the kings, there's going to be a lot of tough spots coming.
Yeah, the nice thing about Jello sizing is it just puts so much immediate pressure on, especially Woodley's shorter stack right now.
Sure.
I mean, what can you do when you don't have a premium? Oh, okay. I am seeing a couple of black chips
There's
there.
several under there, I think.
I
And
didn't
we
see
haven't
those
got
before.
a huge flop here, bud. We've got ace queen against pocket 10s on a queen 10 board. This one is going to get spicy.
Had a lot of big flops tonight.
Yes, we have. This is a turn card that might save Pat some money.
Yeah, we're still not going anywhere yet, but
No.
it will get scary potentially on the river.
Makes
See-
a pretty quick call.
See how this plays out.
Pat's got a 7% chance
Hopefully
to
we
win
get
this
it.
hand, and that
Oh.
would be with a jack.
Man, I was really hoping it'd be no heart and no straightening card.
Yeah, but Pat does make 2 pair. That might force
Yeah,
him to
but
put
it's a
in
one-
another bet here.
It's a one-liner to a jack and a flush.
I'm with you. I don't think he's going to be going for any raises, but I wouldn't be surprised to see bet and call.
Yeah.
There's 360 out there
Sure,
already.
especially this
Oh yeah,
size.
and this sizing I think is going to get looked up. Very likely to.
I like JK's choice to go ahead and value bet
Sure.
and choose this like 1/3 pot sizing. I think he hits the head on the nail with this one, just targeting 2 pairs.
That's the nail on the head there.
Did I say it right?
You said the head on the nail. I'm just joking.
It's the nail on the head.
And he does get called. I agree with you 100% that sizing is, it's like if you do get raised, I think your opponent is still so fearful of you having those nutted hands at that size that if you do get raised, you can just comfortably dump it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good bet.
Yeah.
Hard not to give him a call there when you're getting, what, 4.5 to 1 or something.
Yeah, and you even beat like some other smaller 2 pairs that might be trying to go for some thin value with the ace. Those are hard spots in poker.
Yeah. It could have been even worse, honestly, if the king didn't come on the turn.
Definitely, and a different river card too.
Sure. Might have got stacked there, doubled through.
I'm enjoying this. This has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Coming into it, we weren't exactly sure what to expect. 4 hours feels like a pretty long time to keep a steady flow of commentary going, but it feels like it's flying by. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, seeing like the real-time action makes a lot of difference.
Sure. All right, so we got our open here from Pat. And Jonathan's going to 3-bet with the ace-queen. Makes a lot of sense. And Pat's just going to give it up. Quick one here.
Yeah, gets rid of a dominated hand. Good fold.
Got to get some love to this hoodie that Frankie is wearing there. It's actually got a picture of all three of the boys in an artistic kind of format there. Like, looks like a sketch. I don't know who put that together. I remember he told me, but can't remember the name of the guy now. But whoever it was did a great job. And shout out to you if you're watching. It's a very cool hoodie.
Yeah, I like it. All right, looks like we got the stand-up game starting. And Nick just had to step out to go to the restroom for a second, so it's going to be just me.
Last man standing has to give everyone at the table $10. So this is going to last at least 9 hands. At least. Yeah. Yes. Love this. I've never heard of it before. It's such a bad deal, though.
Just giving y'all a chance to hear them say the rules for the game. But yeah, they're playing the stand-up game, and that means that anytime you win a hand, you get to sit down, and they're going, and I believe that the last person that wins, that sits down, is going to have to pay everybody $10. So a total of $80. Not fun if that's you. I actually played this with the boys the other day, and I was the last person to sit down. And had to fork up the $80. It also creates a lot of action, as you can imagine. All right, I see Woodley flopping second pair with Jack 9. And Pat has top pair with the Queen 10. And another second pair with the 9-8 from JK. Bet and 2 calls going to the turn. Ace is a fun card. Probably looks like it's going to slow down the action. Ooh. Trip queens for Pat. And I wonder if he'll get any calls. Bet 75. Oh, Woodley bets 75 with the 9. And gets snapped off by Pat. Little surprised to not see him raise there versus Woodley, but he takes it down and gets to be the first one to sit down. And Pat in the Hat and Woodley have had a fun dynamic tonight. Played a lot of hands against each other, and got to say that Pat's gotten the better of him a few times. Hero calling those bluffs. Obviously that one wasn't a hero call.
But Woodley is the type of player, Chris, that he might give you a few small ones, and then you never know when he's going to strike for your whole stack.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I was actually thinking that earlier when he was making those smaller bets, that I wonder if he's, like when you were talking about the ace-king hand, I think, or ace-queen. Yeah, it was ace-king. He was making that small river bet, and we weren't really sure what he was thinking, and I was just wondering if he's making a lot of small jabs and then going to go for a big river bet when he's got a made hand and hope to get paid and hope that nobody really notices the sizing change. See a lot of players do this.
Looks like we got some stand-up game going, huh?
Yeah, just started.
Cool. I just had to step out for a moment there, but
Pat won the first hand.
Pat won the first one and is down. Are they doing a bounty for whoever's the last one standing?
Yeah, I think it's $10 a person, so the loser has to pay $80.
Okay. This definitely creates some action. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be really fun to see someone pick up 7 deuce right now. Little extra incentive.
Yeah, right. No doubt. Got a Couple of playable hands here with JK having the pair in the gutter. Cam bricks on his flush draw. Also had a gut shot with that one. And JK just going to check it down and win a little medium-sized pot there. Terrell Bruins in the chat giving us the hashtag PokerHouseDallas and love to see this. Good luck all. Appreciate the support, Terrell.
And the positivity. Thank you.
No doubt. You guys type in the chat box and tell us who you think is going to be the last one standing. Would love to see some predictions. And Chris, what do you got?
Last one standing. I'm going to go with Kenny.
Okay.
Seat 1. And I'm making that prediction because I feel like he's been playing the most solid and least loosely out of line, and that might hurt him in the stand-up game, Nick.
Yeah, I'm with you. I was going to pick probably Rosie or Frankie for the same reason, because these guys play disciplined poker, and that does work against you in the stand-up game. Although it looks like Frankie has got a playable hand here, so I'm going to go ahead and pick Rosie for mine.
Nice adjustment there.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, I was telling the stream actually while you were out that I played this with the boys just a few nights ago, and I was the last one.
You were the last one standing.
Yeah.
Wow. And Rosie has a playable hand as well, so maybe a couple of bad choices by me here.
Yeah, hopefully I win this.
And it looks like he's coming in with the big squeeze.
Yeah, I like
as
this.
Frankie opens, Rosie knows that Frankie's going to be opening a little wider than normal here because of the stand-up game. Also knows that his image, Rosie's, is to be very tight. And when Woodley flats and puts an extra $50 in the middle there to juice it up, Rosie comes over the top with the 225. Frankie has no choice but to fold, and you know Woodley's going to be out of there with the king 6.
Nice
and
hand,
Rosie scoops and sits down, and my prediction is immediately defeated.
Yeah, too bad we didn't put down 100 on this.
Thank goodness, Chris. Maybe me and you could get a little,
Wink, wink.
a little prop betting going on in the booth in the future. Kind of up for that. You guys tell us in the chat, would you want to see some prop betting going on between the commentators? And guys, just so you know, we are planning to make additions to this stream every single week to improve it. Try and give you guys the best lineups, improve the graphics, and improve the overall watching and viewing experience. We've got a lot of ideas, so look for that coming in the following weeks. But for now, this is the very first week, and I would say that it has been a huge success so far. The footage looks beautiful. Appreciate the interaction in the chat, and we're having a good time here in the booth. And Woodley is going to try and sit down immediately. Very interesting to see this strategy where he just shoves for 800 all in.
I have to say it's going to work here, but that's extremely high risk.
It is risky, but you're also saving yourself $80. How often do you think you get called?
Yeah, I mean, you have to... I mean, he's basically risking 830 to win the original raise, which I think was 25, the blinds, and then the 80 that he would have to put up.
Sure. But he also has equity when called.
Loses.
Could easily get called by some pocket pairs smaller than an ace there and have about 30% chance to double his stack.
Always have a chance to win.
Sure. Very interesting.
Just saying, it's fairly sizable.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think I might prefer to choose something like let's raise to 100, or you know, if there was already an open to
play some post
25, you said maybe I'll.
Yeah, I think 100 is, or even like 125 is a bit more reasonable. That way, if you do get jammed on by a real hand, you still have the chance to save your stack.
Sure. But with the 25 out there, then 100 would really just be a pretty typical 3-bet sizing anyway. So
yeah.
It's an interesting spot, and it works for him here. He's able to sit down, save the $80. And now the pressure is on our... Is there 3 guys left standing here?
Yeah, we got Frankie, Cam, and...
Oh, Oh, and Jello's still up too.
Jello, and then next to Frankie's right. Not sure his name. I haven't seen him play very many hands tonight, actually.
I think it's Cam, and he played several before you came in here.
No, Cam is seat 6. I'm talking about seat 4, which...
Pretty sure that's Cam, and seat 6 is JK.
With the red shirt? Next to Pat in the Hat? No, Jonathan. That's who I'm talking about. I think his name is Jonathan.
Oh, I'm with you.
That's
I'm
Cam.
with you. Yeah, I'm with you. Wes wants to know about tickle fights in the booth, and gonna have to hear from several viewers that's what they're into, and we'll see what we can make happen. We do have a camera here in the booth. We can do a little switch over and. JK opens pocket 7s.
Yeah.
15.
From my experience playing this game, it becomes extra frustrating when someone that's already sitting down is being the aggressor in the hand, because you have to give them more credit for having a real hand, and especially if they win the pot, it's hard not to be a little jealous.
I'm with you.
And be like, come on, man, just give me one.
JK's pocket 7s get out flopped here, and he's able to get away. Frankie makes a bet with second pair. A little thin, but protecting his hand. And then is going to turn a gut shot to go with it. But that same card gives Pat 2 pair. Let's see how much he's able to get out of Frankie here. Is Frankie going to put in a little extra here to save the $80? It's an interesting spot to think about when you consider that $80 is somewhat in the pot. Not the entirety of it, because there's going to be multiple hands to try and win it after this, but some percentage of that is in the pot as extra money.
Yeah, he's sticking.
He does call for the 100.
Tough out of position.
Yeah, he's going to need to see a 9 or a 7 here.
I'd like to see a lead on like a spade or some one-liners.
It's a brick. And Pat just checks it down. Looks like he's maybe a little worried about Queen Jack. That didn't get there on the river. It was already there on the turn, but maybe he's worried about King 10, King 9. Could be possibilities. Frankie just shakes the head. You can tell the stand-up game getting a little frustrating at this point when you're looking around and there's only 3 guys left standing with you.
Yeah.
Brian Davis says he also wants to know about tickle fights in the booth. Oh, Brian. Gonna be hard not to give him a shout out every time I see a comment. Just a legend in the DFW poker community.
Want to give the chat a little wave in the camera?
Could do a little chat wave.
Just a wave. We'll save the tickle fights.
Let's see. Looks like it's not up here right now. You can look around at that for a second. I'll follow this action here as Cam has flopped a full house. Jello and Pat both have straight draws. Jello's is an open ender. And considering that he is still standing with Cam, I expect him to hang around. Frankie leads out with absolutely nothing. Can tell he's desperate to sit down.
Yeah, the Jack 8 of clubs.
Just kidding, Frankie. Cam races it up, and Jello does just let it go. Very disciplined fold right there, but I think when you see the raise, the bet and the raise in front of you, it's just...
What was his hand?
He had 5-3 for the open ender.
Oh, yeah. The open ender on the paired board with the flush draw.
Yeah, and
Gets
there's 2
dicey.
hearts. Yeah, it's just Ends up letting it go. I thought maybe he would find the call there because it was only $35 and he's in the stand-up game, but
Yeah,
good disciplined fold.
I like the fold.
Me too. Frankie lets it go. Cam shows it.
Jello saying he almost re-raised him there.
Oh, almost went for the cold ski. Would not have worked this time.
I'm gonna give this a try, but
Yeah, give it a go. We're going to see if we can get the camera working in here. Not that one. I think for sure we could click over to commentary sponsors there. There we go. What's up, guys?
oh, nice. Hey everybody,
Welcome into the booth.
I'm Chris.
I'm Nick.
It's Nick.
We're having a good time.
So
So yeah, we can just switch over to that whenever we want to for a moment. There is another way for us to superimpose the booth camera here over the stream footage, but
we'll work on
we're
that.
still working on it. Yeah. Then we can get back to the stream here. As we see, JK has flopped top pair, and Pat has the open ender now. Woodley has some backdoor draws, and you know how he likes to play. He might be making a move at this one at some point.
Just yeah, I wish we could.
Steven says Chris is huge and shredded.
They've been
100% on board with you there. Should see him with his shirt off. So Frankie's taking another stab here with the Queen 3 offsuit. He is desperately trying to sit down in his chair. It doesn't work. He gets called two ways, and then now on the river, JK.
Do you think
Frank the best hand?
Frankie spent about $80 trying to save that $80?
Probably not quite yet, but we're getting in that ballpark.
Yeah, that's the double-edged sword with these games.
Sure. It is fair to consider, though, that when you do make a little play or a little stab like this, you always have some equity in the pot.
For sure.
It's not like you're drawing dead, but yeah, I'm with you. You make a few plays that are out of line, and next thing you know, you've overpaid to sit down.
Yeah, and then you end up still paying.
The pair of tens is good enough to scoop it.
Wes saying we look exactly like what he pictured in his head. I'll take that as a compliment for
I guess so. I'm not
personally.
sure how to take that.
Doesn't mean it was one. I like to live up to expectations. Saw me. So we got Jonathan, Frankie, and Jello still standing. And is Kenny? I think Kenny. Yeah, Kenny's still standing also.
Yeah. There were four.
My bet is still on Kenny, but I'm rooting for him to sit down. Just gonna stick to my original bet. And here comes a sitter raising. And we hate to see that if we're Frankie. Oh, but we got a nice hand. Pocket eights. This is definitely gonna get 3-bet. 100%. I know Frankie's not flatting here. I'm guessing 60. But he might even go 75.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, just to try and take it down now. I think if he wasn't in the stand-up game, he might even go 45.
all
And
in.
he shoves it all in to save the $80. It's an interesting play. We saw Woodley do it just a few minutes ago.
Oof.
Looks like this time it's going to get the job done.
Gonna get the job done. It hurts if he just runs into the kings and the aces there.
No loose action. Frankie's going to take it down, win the 19, save the 80.
Looks like he showed one card. I like it.
Do we know for 100% that they were playing $10? Did they say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did.
I was thinking maybe it had to be more than that. Some of these big risks we've seen, but
Rosie was telling the table. Yeah, I have to say I'm still not a fan of the shove. Doesn't make sense to me. I definitely think that like 75 or 80 is going to accomplish similar often and is lower risk, and we still get to play post flop. Lots of maneuvering that can happen there, and we just don't get stacked when someone has a better hand than us.
what would you think about if we had a hand like Ace King there to make a play like that?
I mean, Ace King
Save
is
the $80.
yeah. I mean, Ace King is definitely a cleaner candidate for shoving it all in, but I still personally lean towards a smaller 3-bet and give someone else a chance to potentially 4-bet us with a hand weaker than Ace King.
All right, guys.
And
we
speaking
have
of
got
aces and Ace Queen,
yeah, we're going to have a pot brewing here. A suited Ace Queen at that. Up against two aces. And they're both late position, so...
it's definitely a flop that Ace Queen can call a C-bet on also.
But it's relatively safe for him to
Yeah, he snap
not
calls.
lose his stack here. But he does snap
As
call.
long as he doesn't improve,
Yeah, of course. Oh, and a spade's a dangerous one.
it's improvement.
That is that's significant improvement there. It's going to be a check. I'm assuming a bet again, although JK might find some checkbacks here just to play it safe. Some straights do come in. He does not play it safe this time. No raise from Cam.
Pretty small turn bet.
Could have been a really interesting spot for Cam to go for the bluff shove. But this time he decides to call.
I think with aces in that spot, I'd prefer to see closer to pot on the turn and trying to really target Cam's stack there. But, ooh, and just because there's so many hands that might continue on that.
Here comes a one-liner. Do you think it's possible Cam might use this as an opportunity to lead?
He's thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh, not this time.
Gives up. That was his chance.
That was
He
his
definitely could
chance.
rep jacks, jack 10,
Yeah, for sure. Probably a lot of jacks.
even jack 9.
Jack 9,
Jack
Jack
8.
8, Jack 7.
Yeah.
All of those are possible.
Yeah.
Would have been really interesting spot to go for it. But this time he allows JK to survive, go to showdown, and win a pretty good sized pot there. And JK now has risen to have the biggest stack on the table, and I believe he actually bought in pretty short. So it has been a great session for him so far. We've seen him make several hands, make some great plays, and build a stack.
And he even lost that cooler with 10-6 versus jack 6 and still fighting back. Wouldn't mind a slice of pizza myself.
No doubt. That eases the stand-up pain too there when someone hands you a nice piping hot slice of pizza.
Definitely.
All right, Jello, who's still standing, gets a very playable hand here and goes for the immediate raise to 60, 6x, and Kenny is going to shove. Wow, the stand-up game is creating some big dynamics here.
Yeah, I like it.
And Jello's 380 to call. I don't...
See, this shove makes more sense to me because there's way more money in the pot already. I mean, it's still big, but
It's also big because Jello opened to 6x.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
it's different
It's representing
than
a pretty
shoving
strong
over like
hand.
$15.
sure.
And having the ace, definitely a good candidate. In this case, he has Jello dominated, and I'm not sure Jello is just contemplating a big gamble here. I doubt he's going to stick it in, but
He's trying to figure out in his head right now how much that $80 impacts the price that he's getting and what his equity is against Kenny's range and how that compares with that price. It's already challenging enough to try and add those things up whenever you're not trying to factor in the $80, but decides to let it go this time, which my instinct would be that that is the correct fold.
Can't blame him with such a
Can't
weak
blame
hand.
him. Yeah, for
Pretty
sure.
surprised actually to see that 9-8 has 40% versus Ace-8,
That is
a
surprising.
hand that's dominating you.
I didn't see that, but
Yeah.
that would be surprising to me too.
Yeah, I wouldn't
All
have.
right, Romero likes the stream. Appreciate that, dude. Much love to you. We will take every single like we can get. We got 45 of you guys watching right now. It's absolutely free to click that like button. We would appreciate it big time. And give us a sub, guys, because like we said earlier, we're going to be back here every Sunday. We're going to get more and more into rhythm with how to do this. And the quality of the stream is only going to keep getting better. We're excited to be here with y'all and look forward to future opportunities. And hello, didn't realize we were on camera here, but hello. Got my TB12 shirt on. Don't know if y'all noticed that, but we were saying earlier. And getting trolled by the chat on that one. But it is true. I am, in fact, a huge fan, and I'm sporting the gear to prove it. So it looks like Jello has opened pocket deuces and gotten a couple of calls here. Woodley back in the action with the 10-5 suited. Calls in the cutoff, and then Pat calls in the big blind. Flop is kind of bricks all around. Let's see who wants to be the aggressor here. Jello still has the best hand.
Definitely a reasonable board to bet with deuces here. 3 ways.
With the paired board too, and the queens, counter like a queen coming counterfeiting Jello. Actually, Jello was at an equity disadvantage there on the flop, even though he had the best hand.
Yeah, that's fun little stat. Yeah, the reason I would bet the flop with Jello's hand is because the paired board just makes it less likely that obviously someone has the 4.
And the 4 wins it. They're having a good time, sweating who's going to be the last one standing.
Yeah, that's fun. And the sitter wins again. Got some class divisions now.
Yeah, I also enjoy keeping the action under control, under my control with those small pairs on a board like that where you're the pre-flop aggressor and there's still a pretty good chance you got the best hand.
Yeah, it's only 3 ways, and you just get to fold out so many hands that miss.
Sure.
Like Ace-4 might find a fold there.
Sure. And the problem is when you give up the lead, it kind of feels like you're never going to get it back. You know, it's hard to win the hand once you've checked.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
All right, JK's in there. Jello's out, so let's see if...
It's down to Jonathan and Jello.
and it looks like Jonathan doesn't... Looks like he folded too, so... Oh, no, he hasn't acted yet.
Both out of... Oh,
The tracker is just being a little slow on me there.
I think they're both out. Yeah, they're both
Oh,
out.
you're right. You're right.
Open-ended for Woodley and
Open-ended
another
for
open-ended
Kenny.
for
Yeah.
Kenny and backdoor flush draw.
And
So
top pair, top kicker for JK.
Nice.
He is the pre-flop aggressor, so he's going to continue here.
and even Pat has some backdoor stuff.
Yeah, this is going to probably go multi-way to the turn. Could see Woodley making a move right here, though. No,
Yeah.
he decides to call. Which means Kenny is very likely to come in. He also calls,
Yeah.
which means Pat's going to come in.
4 ways to the turn. I'd like to see a diamond. That'd be fun.
How about a diamond that fills one of those straights?
Oh, we
Ooh,
got the
it is a
diamond.
diamond.
Let's go. King of diamonds. Let's
So Kenny and Pat both turn the backdoor draw. Kenny doesn't know that his 5-high flush draw is no good. Probably thinks that this card gives him half the deck of outs. But in reality, the ace-9 is dominating.
Yeah, and the diamond would now be bad for Kenny. 6 pairs the board, nothing changes.
Yeah, JK allowed it to check around there. Not surprising as the scary overcard comes, but did allow all of these guys to draw. And lucky for him, they all whiff and give him a free showdown. Doesn't have to make a tough decision, just checks it down and wins another pot.
Yeah, personally, if I bet the flop and I'm JK with ace-9 and the turn comes the king of diamonds there, I'm betting again on the turn just because the king shouldn't improve too many flop calling hands other than maybe king-9. So it's a good chance to just value bet versus all those connected pair plus straight draws, just straight draws. As we saw, there were 2 open-ended and hands that pick up backdoor diamonds.
Sure. And just single pair hands that are worse than ours.
Yeah, worse 9x. Yep. Lots to get value from. And the king is deceptively more of a brick than you might think, just because it's an overcard.
No doubt. But on the flip side, I will say I empathize with him that when you got 3 other people in the pot, sometimes it just feels a little scary to keep betting on a card like that.
Definitely.
He's got another playable one here as he opens it up with ace-6 suited. Kenny's going to call in position. King, queen off. And Pat has the real hand here on the button. He comes in for...
Is this the first cold 4-bet of the night?
I think that this might have just been something with the graphics.
Straddle.
Yeah. I think it's just a 3-bet to 60.
Yeah.
And then a defend from the ace-6.
Surprise, king, queen folds.
You see ace-6 here still has pretty good life against
I think
ace-king as well.
I think Pat is still in the hand also. Oh, Pat has ace-king too.
Yeah.
My bad.
Checks, and Pat whiffed here, but he's going to bet to control the action and deny some equity to JK, who does fold. Pat scoops.
Yeah, again, we just see the power of keeping the aggression.
Sounds like Jello's down there complaining about getting all of the bad hands except for 7 deuce. If he had 7 deuce, he would have the opportunity to go after the $80 bounty for the stand-up game and also the bounty for the 7 deuce game. So,
yeah, I'm a bit sad that nobody picked up the 7 deuce during the stand-up game.
it's not over, Chris.
It's not over.
It's not over yet.
Down to 2. Maybe they'll both get it in the same hand. That'd be epic.
Jello's calling a shot right now. Aces and he's limp squeezing.
I'm predicting a limp from Jello. No matter what he has. He's going to manifest this hand right into motion. There it is.
There it is.
Oh, and he's got the hand
I bet there's a chance he's going to go for it.
Yeah, he's got the hand to do it.
Oh, maybe not against Rosie opening huge in the blinds, though.
Oh, that will
Oh,
be,
that's not the blinds.
that'll
Sorry,
be
I seen something
spicy.
else.
I think he might still go for it, honestly. Oh, not anymore.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, this is out of character for Jonathan, but he's playing the stand-up game.
Yeah, him and Jello both have the same hand here, and you see that the position and the added aggression is going to give
200
Jonathan
is so big. I wonder what Rosie's going to
chance.
do. I wonder how he responds.
I think that there's a great chance he's just going to shove here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any other option, honestly, with Ace-King versus a stander.
Let's see what he does.
There-
He's all in, baby.
Nice.
Let's hear the table talk.
Jello saying he's been saved. Nice hand. Nice hand. So exciting.
Nice, love it. Middle?
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, give him
Round
some
of applause. I would have been interested to see if Jello still goes for it or not. He's making it sound like he wasn't going to, saying Rosie, he knows Rosie had to be strong raising there, but I think it would have been tempting for him to still go for it.
I'm with you. It would have been tempting. I don't know if he would have done it or not. I mean, a $35 ISO from Rosie does feel pretty strong, but
Yeah, scary.
scary. And also, Rosie knows that Jello might be getting out of line, so because of the stand-up game.
I don't blame Jonathan for going for the 3-bet there. He has despite the stand-up game, he has a solid image and hasn't played that many hands. I do think that going from, again, the problem with the sizing, the 35 to 200 it just looks like what it is a little bit. It looks like you're just trying to win the hand.
And the problem is that you're risking 200 to try and save yourself $80 with a hand that you would typically never do that with, but it's kind of hard to calculate those things.
Yeah,
so.
for sure.
All right, let's get back in the action here where Frankie has a real hand on the button. Looks like Jello has figured out a way to get to this flop. Looks like he either limp called or was the straddler. He flops top pair and is definitely not going anywhere. And Woodley, who's got bottom pair and backdoor draw, is not going anywhere either. I'm sure it's gonna go check check and then, oh no, looks like Woodley's gonna lead out here on the turn. This is kind of a tough spot for Frankie now with having Jello still to act behind him. And knowing Woodley's kind of capable of anything. And Frankie does make the call.
Yeah.
Now it's also a tough spot for Jello.
I wonder if we can ever raise here as Frankie versus Woodley betting and then plan to check back the river.
Yeah, that'd be a really good line. I like that a lot.
We get to fold out Jello and we get to rep the ace and we know Woodley is out of line.
For sure. You just get to control the showdown of the hand.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And it forces Jello to pretty much announce his hand behind you.
Woodley's never, and it just denies equity to these guys because the hands that Woodley's going to be donk betting with on the turn are going to have equity against you guys.
He bets 100. What was the...
He makes a two pair on the river.
Dang.
Oh my goodness. It is a one-liner.
This is a really tough spot for Frankie. Is Frankie
is.
still... Did he manage to sit down? Oh, yeah. He won with the eights. Yeah, tough spot with Jello behind him.
I feel like he's going to have to find a fold here with the one-liner.
Yeah,
There's
one-liner.
just too many hands we don't beat.
What was...
So many two pairs, sad straights.
Dang, I wish I knew what what was the action pre and flop.
It checked to Frankie on the flop who bet, and then on
He
the
raised pre-flop and then...
and then on the turn, Woodley donk bet.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely like raising the ace on the turn.
Yeah, I do too.
So hard for Woodley to have an ace. He's basically has to have two pair betting that turn card.
Uh-huh.
And we get to say, like, yo, this card is better for me.
Yeah.
And there's lots of draws out there.
Protect your hand, get Jello out, deny equity to Woodley, all those things
Yeah.
that you mentioned.
but that's
100% with you on that.
It's behind us now.
Behind us now.
What will
and now
Frankie do?
Frankie is deciding if he wants to put in $100 here. When now it seems like there's not too much we beat. He does get
Nice.
it up.
Finds a good fold.
Good fold. Thinking Jello's going to have the same problem.
Yeah. Still tough. Tough. It's always tough versus Woodley. That's what his image is.
Sure.
He can have anything at any time.
Sure, and Frankie had to worry about Jello still
And he
being
gets
left
paid.
to act behind him, and Jello does not, which is
Yeah, he
that's
does.
why he sticks it in. No good.
I can understand paying it off, and
Yeah.
Woodley wins a nice one.
Yeah, and Jello's in there for the stand-up game still, and what I was trying to say there at the end.
Another incentive for calling.
Yeah, exactly. There's
Yeah.
extra money in the pot, and then and now you can almost count the entire $80 in the pot since there's only two of you left standing.
And right now, if you win, you sit down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
The hand is over. It's like,
the game's over. Yeah, with the other kid.
yeah, but I mean, like, you don't have to play the whole hand. Like, you immediately get to showdown on that bet.
Sure.
Like you're saying.
Yeah. You got it. And yeah, what I was trying to say there at the end is Frankie has to worry about Jello still being left to act behind him.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas Jello can call to close the action.
And when Jello calls the turn, he's got a bunch of straights and 2 pairs still in his range.
No doubt.
Not to mention Woodley, who's betting.
No doubt.
3 streets of value, baby.
Nice. We need to get that as a soundbite.
Yeah.
See if we can get a little timer tag. 255. We need to tag that one. Maybe next week, whenever somebody goes for 3 streets, you'll hear Woodley saying, 3 streets of value, baby.
Reminds me of Wesley from Hustler Live.
Nice.
Similar play styles, too.
Looks like Woodley just came in with the limp call with the ace-6 suited, continuing to mix it up. Does allow Rosie in there behind him with the 5s, and JK is the isolator.
Yeah.
JK flops top as the pre-flop aggressor. Pat the only other one that really has much going on. So he has a gut shot. And everybody folds.
The stand-up game definitely brings further into focus the length of time that you sometimes can go in poker without scooping a single pot. And let me tell you, it's devastating.
Great word choice there. It can be devastating.
And everyone knows you're not winning.
And everyone knows that you're making plays with weak hands as the game winds down.
Yeah, it makes you start to feel vulnerable.
Yeah, and here's Jello with another potential playable hand, but not this time. So there's an open and a, well, that could be a straddle, but
There could be a few limps and a raise. Wonder if. Didn't see what position. Oh yeah, Jello was.
Jonathan's got a gut shot, which gives him a chance to win the stand-up game, or at least make Jello the loser of the stand-up game.
Pat with a pair of 8s and Woodley with bottom pair.
You know, they're both hanging around here. I don't think they're going anywhere on the flop.
I like-
Oh, Woodley just goes for it right now.
More creativity
Yeah,
out of Woodley.
is tough. Woodley is tough. Capable of any play at any
Gets
time.
it done.
Gets it done.
Worst hand wins. Well, I guess 10-9 was the worst hand, but
Well, he bets them off of
bottom pair
a
wins.
better pair and a straight draw.
Yeah. Nice play.
Scoops it right now. Nice.
Let us know in the chat if you guys enjoy watching the stand-up game.
All right, Jello's in there with the queen deuce on the button, doing everything he can to flop a pair and win a pot, but I don't know if it's going to happen this time as Cam has flopped pair of aces. And Looks like Pat is the one who led into it, though. Pretty ambitious bet into a 5-way pot with the 8-6 of diamonds. And now Cam has turned a nut flush draw to go with his top pair. But Pat is not giving up easily. He comes again.
Yeah, and I haven't seen Pat get too loose like this so far, so I wonder if he fires again on the river, if he can actually get Cam off the top pair.
That would be interesting to see. I feel like it's going to take a pretty healthy size.
Ooh, that's not a good card to get the job done, because now Cam's chopping with any other ace that's lower than a jack.
I mean, that might be a reason to fold. Nope, doesn't even try.
Oh, because now he doesn't have to worry about his kicker.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. I think the size that you might have to go to get him off of an ace anyway might kind of eliminate you having like a bad kicker yourself. But I'm with you, that does make sense. Looks like Rosie is bringing some canes into the mix. Nice call by Rosie there, and I might have to follow up with that after the live stream.
We love Canes here in the booth.
Big Canes fans in the booth. I mean, how could you not be?
It's a frequent stop post-poker session.
Yeah.
Looks like Frankie's topping up to 1,000 even.
Some great advertising time for Canes right here, front and center. Making my mouth water. Don't tell Frankie though, because he is a healthy eater, and we've been trying to do better on that. But sometimes the Canes is just calling. You know, there's just nothing you can do about it.
Got some pretty hands here, 3 suited hands, and Woodley in there with the ace-4 on the button. Love to see it. Excited to see what happens post-flop.
Thought Kenny might choose to use this as a squeeze spot with the ace-jack offsuit in the small blind. I think that's a pretty good hand choice to do it with.
Yeah, it looks like he already called.
But he called, yeah.
But definitely agree with you.
Wow, and Pat is going to be the one to come in with the squeeze. He doesn't need ace-jack. 8-deuce offsuit is good enough.
Yeah, it's fun to see Pat. Just seems like he's loosening up a little right now.
Yeah, goodness.
Maybe trying to put some pressure on the 2 guys standing up.
Could be.
Although I would imagine they're more likely to gamble.
The power of the hat is going to get Cam off of the king-queen suited. I can only assume it's going to get Jello and Woodley off of their hands.
Yeah.
And then...
Such a big raise. What can they do? Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
and Jello makes
epic.
the move
How epic.
of the night. What is going on here?
And he has, if Kenny gets out of there, which it looks like he will.
Holy cow.
Jello has the best hand versus Pat.
And Pat only has to put in like another $180 to call. I'm sure he's going to.
Wow, these guys are going to lose their minds when they see Jello's hand.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. One time
With the 8 deuce. And Jello has the 8. He's dominating him.
Oh, and he flops it. He flops him dead.
Sick. Sick.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone's like, how do you have queen 8? Another diamond came.
Show it, Pat.
No.
That'll earn him some action in the future if he shows that one.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. What a hand.
Playing it off like he took a bad beat.
And all at once,
Wait,
Jello.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to hear what Jello was saying.
Yeah, you're good.
He was saying something about all that money out there. Sick play by Jello. Well earned. Well earned.
Wow. And all at once, Jello wins an enormous pot,
And
picks off the big squeeze bluff, and wins the stand-up game. Oh, yeah. Love it.
That might be the play of the night, ladies and gentlemen.
That was the play of the night to this point. My goodness.
And nobody knows that Pat had 8 deuce off there.
Nobody knows, but they will eventually. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe. I thought Jello was out of there for sure, Chris.
He sussed it out.
He sniffed it out.
He made the soul read.
Made the soul read. Wins the stand-up game. Or at least doesn't lose the stand-up game, I guess is the more appropriate term.
Feels so good to just flop the queen high flush there.
Wow. That was fun.
Yeah,
That was fun. Shout out to Jello for making the sick play.
I don't see how anybody could not like the stand-up game with all the action we've
Oh my
gotten
gosh,
from
it created so much action, huh?
Yeah.
And now Pat immediately picks up 2 kings.
I bet now he's wishing he did show the 8
Yeah,
deuce off.
exactly. I was thinking this could earn him some action if you show this down, but he gets 3-bet anyway.
No, he's going to snap raise. I
Oh,
like that.
yeah, this is sweet.
I like it.
And Jonathan could be tilted from just losing the stand-up game. Now he comes in with the 3-bet, and Pat hits him with the 4.
And he just saw Jello jam the queen high, and he's sitting here with king jack suited.
Yes, wow, I bet Pat is regretting not showing that 8 deuce offsuit.
Yeah. Oh, man. He might be getting a snap jam if
He
he had
might.
showed that hand.
Oh, and he lets it go. No.
Good fold, Jonathan.
So Pat wins the $100, but is not able to get the stack off of him. Wow. Wow. Give us a like for that shove right there by Jello. I mean, come on. That deserves a like, right? Goodness gracious. And Jello still has no idea that he had the best hand by a mile pre-flop.
Zero fold equity, they're saying. Yeah, he basically called off for his stack with the queen 8.
Yeah, he did.
So
To win the stand-up game.
So he definitely had to think that Pat in the Hat was getting in there light, making a light squeeze.
Yeah. And he was right about that.
Yeah, it's a huge confidence boost to be right in those spots, even though he didn't see his hand.
So it looks like Frankie had tried to limp in with the small pair. Gets ISO by JK, which is exactly what he's wanting. But then Woodley comes in with the 3-bet. Forces him to fold, and JK defends. We take a flop here, and both guys flop some draws. Backdoor draws for JK, and
I like the 10-9 suited in this spot.
yeah, I like it too. And the C-bet gets it done.
Got the immediate gutter to the nuts and backdoor spades. 2 overcards to second pair.
Wow. I can't get over that play right there by Jello. My goodness. Just decides to put the whole stack in with almost no fold equity. Obviously, there was no fold equity, as he called with literally the worst possible hand, considering that 7 deuce is a bounty.
Yeah,
So-
that's crazy.
That's crazy. That is crazy. And
Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that one. Love to get him. Actually, we should bring him in here after and see if he wants
we
to
can
talk
see
about
if we
it.
can do that. I'd love to hear from him on that one.
Yeah, it'd be fun to hear him give us his thoughts on it.
And to Rude Candy, who earlier said that Jello is tighter than White Hat, and Cole also commenting on that, I gotta say, that was not a tight play right there.
Definitely not.
Looks like we're gonna have some multi-way action again here.
Raise to 10.
I'm thinking that could be a straddle.
Yeah.
Maybe not though, if it was a straddle, he chose not to raise. Allows Frankie to see the flop with 5-4 offsuit and flop an open ender against him.
Yeah, this could be a fun hand.
Yeah, JK and Cam both with second pair.
Wonder if. Yeah,
Frankie's gonna call.
I like calling.
I do too. Makes sense to me. Bricky card on the turn.
It's a good card for the pre-flop raiser. It's
Yeah.
going to be tough for these guys to combat him if he does bet again, but
The only problem is we don't know for sure if he was a pre-flop raiser.
just check.
He would have had to raise to the exact size that the straddle has been from the same position.
Yeah, it's true.
But it could be. Could have been a raise to 10. Frankie bricks out. Chooses not to bluff at the
Yeah, I think actually.
spade coming in.
Yeah, that's probably one of the best cards for Frankie to go for it there after overcalling the flop and then the jack of spades hitting the river. I mean, we have 5 high, we have no showdown, we missed our draw, but front door flush draw comes in, and definitely a spot where we can, rep that kind of hand, even maybe a Broadway straight. So I wouldn't mind seeing it's a bet there, even though it is 3 ways. So I don't blame him for not doing it, but not a bad card to try it on.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the 3 ways nature is probably the only reason that he decided not to go for it there.
Also, since, if Pat did raise pre-flop, either way, once both players check back the turn, it's less likely they have an ace. So, I mean, we can even be repping an ace ourselves.
Sure.
But it's always tough to fire a bluff into 2 people.
Yeah, I don't mind the give up either. I think that both options make some sense. Oh, and Woodley has been setting himself up all night.
And I could see Jello 4-betting him here.
I could see it too. I wouldn't count on it, but I definitely think it's in the mix. And Woodley
He might just defend.
plays all of those hands
Yeah.
partially so that when this happens,
Pat
he knows
calls.
he's going to get all the action he wants. He gets a cold call from Pat with the 10-3, who has considerably loosened up and started giving some great action. And then Jello, of course, decides to defend with the price he's getting. No, he wasn't folding. Kind of surprised he didn't go for the 4-bet since it was already on the table and then had the additional $50 dead from Pat in there. But
Yeah, I think he just decided that he's happy to see a flop with a suited ace.
yeah,
But gets away from it cheaply. Not bad, and a nice pot for Woodley.
yeah.
A bit disappointing there for Woodley when you've been giving so much action and showing down so many bluffs, and then you pick up aces and get kind of a scary flop for other people to put more money in, and
Sure.
everyone folds. Kind of feel like you missed out a little bit, but
It's also a little scary for your hand because they
Yeah.
could have just drawn out on you.
yeah. Frederick saying, "Sheesh, I want to play. Come on down."
Yeah, Frederick, you got to go to the next gen social media accounts, hit them up on Instagram, and get into their Discord. They got an awesome community on Discord, and all of the players for these games are chosen from that group. So if you want to play, it's totally open and available to you. Just got to get in touch with the boys. And we'd love to have you. We're going to try and keep this game going every Sunday and get as much action as possible. As we said earlier, me and Chris will probably be rotating in to play in the game occasionally too. And you will definitely be seeing us here in the booth again in the future. So Pat's got the 7 deuce here, and Frankie whiffs, although he decides to float with the ace of diamonds. Just the backdoor diamond draw, and then that brings JK in with the pair of 9s.
So reasonable turn card for JK.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to
Picking
see
up
how
the gut
Pat
shot.
tries to make a play at this with the 7 deuce.
Checks it back. And now Frankie in position with just the ace of diamonds.
JK's
Makes
got
a
the best
6.
hand. Looks like he might bet for some protection. I would expect it to be pretty small. About 45 into 120. And then let's see if Pat decides to make a play at it. It'll probably work if he goes for it. I don't know how much sense it would make, but
Yeah, it seems tough to rep anything
Yeah.
realistic after checking the turn.
I agree with you. But I don't know if Pat's head is in that space right now after we saw the 8 deuce play and a couple of these other loose peels. Thought we might see him make a play at that one, but
He does let it go.
does let it go.
And now Frankie debating a hero call, but finds a good fold.
Yeah. do you think about betting there by JK on the end as opposed to check calling?
I'm more in the camp of check calling and trying to pick off a bluff. I think there's more value with that specific hand class and just getting someone to put money in with a worse hand.
Kind of hard to get called by a worse hand.
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty hard.
So then you're not really betting for value. You're kind of just betting for protection and to control the action of the hand. And it's a little bit expensive to bet a third of the pot just for those reasons. You'd like to get called by some worse hands.
And when the action checks through on the turn and we get like a pretty much a brick, a card lower than our 9, then I feel very confident checking with the intention of calling most bets.
Sure.
Because they're just not repping too many strong hands. So
do you think we could possibly get called by a worse 9?
It'd be a chop.
Looked like Frankie thought about it for a second. Was a 6.
Was it 10-10?
I think it would be a chop. It was there was 2 cards bigger, and then
no, he had a king. He had king 9 on 10-10 9 queen, right? Oh, no, jack.
It would have been a chop.
Yeah. No, he had a king. He had king 9.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Sound like a dummy.
I don't know. I still check personally, but you could. I mean, it's reasonable with the king and the ace, I guess.
Right. Another 9 would have been calling to chop with a 9.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
And we get value from that hand, so.
Right.
I love a thin value bet, but in that spot, I'd probably just check.
And Woodley drills his gut shot here. It does bring in the front door flush draw, but Kenny has top pair, so he might be willing to put in some more money here. I think it's been a little bit of a frustrating go for Kenny here over the last hour or 2. He started out pretty hot. See if he has the discipline to get away from this one. Oh, and it comes the ace of diamonds, so it brings a one-liner to the diamonds and gives him trips. This might go check.
Yeah, it would be really tough to consider value betting this. I don't
for
see
either player, huh?
Be pretty sick to.
Yeah, check, and Woodley's gonna win it. Another fairly sizable pot, $260 going Woodley's way.
Just gonna say, if Woodley bet, it would be pretty sick if Kenny could find a hero raise. But I'm not saying that would be a good move. It would just be fun to watch.
Well, that's why we're here. This is entertainment poker, baby, and these boys are bringing the entertainment. We've seen a lot of fun plays today. And we've kept our viewers at pretty steadily in the 40s and 50s, which is a little step up for us as the stream really just got started going in the last week or 2. So we're seeing it grow, and we're seeing more and more viewers come in every night. We appreciate that, guys. And if you give us a little love, then in the chat and the likes, the subscriptions, then that'll help us to continue growing the channel and continue growing the quality and production value of the live stream.
Do you know why sometimes the chat appears over here? And I guess just when it's happening.
Yeah, I think it always does, and it disappears after a minute.
I gotcha.
Yeah. Which is a cool feature. We're talking about how the chat appears on the actual screen of the live stream, which I think is a very cool feature, so that you don't have to have the chat box open to see what people are saying. Also a little bit of a scary feature when you see some of the things that appear in the chat log, but that's all right. We're here for you guys, so
We got a +1 for side bets in the booth and a compliment on the commentary. Appreciate that, Renee.
+1 for side bets. I mean, I'm a +1 for side bets as well. I don't know how much our vote counts since we're kind of partial, but I'm in for that. Appreciate the comment, Renee. No doubt.
Gotta say, I like Rosie's picture a lot also.
Yeah, that's cute. The double thumbs up. The pinkish reddish shirt.
It's very rosy.
It's very rosy. It's very Cali. You know, I think Rosie's from San Diego. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, San Diego, and I would say his vibes are very Cali. You know, very laid back dude. just a blast to hang out with. You guys should definitely make your way down to Poker House here as soon as you have the opportunity. Play with these guys. They're playing here on a daily basis, hopping in the games on the weekends, and we are working hard to build up the player pool so that we can get some 2-5 games going every day of the week here. We would love to see you guys in the chat. Join us and come down here and help us get some 2-5 games started. We've got tons of deep stack 1-2 play going on every single day, and then regularly getting other forms of poker going, like mixed games, bomb pot games, Omaha games, Congress games, and then several nights of the week, some bigger stakes games from 2-5 all the way up to 25-50. So if you guys are interested in getting in on some awesome poker action, this is the best room in town. Aesthetically, when you walk in, it is just beautiful, spacious, great atmosphere. You got to come down and check it out. And I'm sorry, Chris, I see that we kind of blew through this hand here.
No big deal. I think that was fun to listen to and well said. Got Kenny here with 10s full of jacks over 10s full of 5s. And it looks like he's been trapping up until this point.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Ooh, and Pat snap calls.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he snap calls, but don't blame him.
I'm not that surprised. $100, and we've seen Pat getting in on the action here.
Oh.
He has bottom full, so.
Was it 100? He jammed.
It says call 99.
Yeah,
there.
that's weird.
But maybe that's all he had back. Looks like the tracker may just be off a little bit.
He jammed for like more than 100.
More, yeah. Still not that surprised when you see the 10 come in on the river and you've got bottom full. Yeah. A lot of money out there. Hard to get away from that.
Went check, call, check, jam. Unfortunate hand for Pat in the hat.
Sure. And check jam definitely looks strong. Not saying it's a slam dunk, but saying I empathize. And look at Pat with the 72% VPIP and Woodley the 71% VPIP. These guys are bringing the heat. That is so fun to see. When you got multiple players in the game hopping in there almost every hand and driving the action, number one, it makes the game great. And number two, it makes them extremely difficult to play against. You just never know when they're going to show up with the goods, especially because both of these guys are not loose passive 70% VPIPs. They are loose aggressive 70% VPIPs, which means that you are constantly going to be put to a test for your entire stack. And that kind of poker is exhilarating and sometimes extremely scary. And it takes exactly the personality like you see from Woodley and Pat to do that. They're just slinging heat. Looks like they're talking about maybe doing some flips. Let's get a little table talk here for a second. Looks like some bomb pots or potentially some flips are being discussed, but they want to make sure the action tracker still works. And right now we're kind of in no limit mode, so doing the PLO flips is going to be a little bit of a challenge for the tracker.
Nice. Be fun to see 7 deuce in the bomb pot.
No doubt. That would be very interesting.
Tough to get through.
It'd be tough to like not put your whole stack in, depending on what they're playing the bomb pot for. But if you get the $80, is it a $10 bounty for the 7 deuce?
I think so.
Okay, so let's say that that's $80, and then it looks like it's only a $5 bomb pot. So probably couldn't just shovel your whole stack in there. But if they're playing a $10 or $15 bomb pot, you know, starts to get real interesting what you might do with the 7 deuce. I wonder if they're good. Looks like they are able to put up both boards. Very cool. We got a bomb pot here. Just gonna wait for a second and get a look at everybody's hands. Looks like Jonathan's got a top pair there.
Jello's betting, I think. with a 5 on both boards. Interesting.
Okay. And an open ender on the top.
Woodley has the 7 deuce, and he's
Oh
going for
my
the raise.
goodness,
with a
here
pair,
we go.
With a pair on both boards.
Oh, this is a great spot for him. Not only does he pick up the 7 deuce like we were
Yeah.
just mentioning, but he flops something on both boards.
This is getting through for sure, I think.
Oh, this is sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Love
Here
to
we
see
go.
it.
Show it down. Let's hear the table chat.
Love to see it.
It is pretty impressive.
That's the one I want.
All right. You got to click it again, I think. There we go. We're going to have to get a label device for the
Yeah.
to label these.
Sorry about that explosion of noise.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about for future episodes further developing the sound effects and maybe getting some memes / emoji action where we'd be able to do some pop-ups and kind of take the stream to the next level. Add some comedic elements to it. I mean, these boys right here are social media gurus. They are absolutely crushing it across multiple platforms, which has led to this awesome opportunity to partner with Poker House here and get this live stream going.
See Rosie picking up the ace king and immediately gets through. So
Oopsie.
nothing to say there.
No action from Pat in the straddle. Kind of surprised to see him not defend the straddle with any 2 cards.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And this is going to be fun to watch as Woodley has now got the table covered. And it is always interesting to watch when the action player has the table covered. Because I feel like it just gives them that much more of a license to start going for it.
Yeah, and I've played with Woodley a few times at 2-5 actually, and so he's very comfortable with these stack sizes and
No doubt.
and isn't afraid to be aggressive.
I think it just builds their confidence too. You know, even if they're in the game for the whole stack, like just seeing that stack kind of dominate the rest of them at the table, it just kind of builds your confidence that like I can make play after play without it really eating away at my stack.
Yeah, I've heard Andy Stacks from Hustler Live actually talk about this himself, talk about buying in for huge stacks and that it just makes him feel more confident for that exact reason.
Appreciate the idea, Rude Candy, about the players being able to hear the sound effects. That would be fun, but unfortunately we're on a 15-minute delay here just for the integrity of the game. So not able to do things live with the commentary to interact with the play that's actually going on, but definitely appreciate the idea and keep those coming. We would love to hear more ideas from you guys about how we can improve the viewing experience and get you back here again to make us your home for live stream viewership.
So we got ace 10, fairly fun flop, I guess I'll say, with the ace of hearts and the gut shot.
For sure.
And then Pat turning a pair of 7s, also with the gut. Oh, open-ended now. Oh no, sorry, gut shot also.
But Woodley's open-ended to the bottom end,
Woodley's open-ended.
and he's going to hang around.
3 hearts out there. Somehow I see Jonathan winning this hand if he can put in a big river bet. That card is. May slow him down. We'll see. Not even sure how this pot got so big. Checks down. 7's gonna win it. I think another bet might have worked.
Yeah. Oh, and there's Frankie making the comment about you guys trolling us in the chat. You absolutely knocked it out of the park on that one. That was an epic troll. I was so sold on it.
The Tom Brady.
Yeah, the Tom Brady. Congratulations to you guys on that troll, because I know Some of you, that might just be what you're here for, is to get in that one big troll, and you totally pulled it off. And you happen to hit it against a huge Tom Brady fan. I mean, what are the chances of that? We hadn't even mentioned it when they started talking about it in the chat, so that was epic. Made its way out to the table. I'm also wondering if the screen name Rude Candy is a reference to rare candy from Pokemon. I always remember as a child when you find a rare candy in the wild that it is just a mind-blowing experience.
Dream come true.
Dream come true. That's a great way to put it. I mean, especially if you have like a high-level Pokemon that's taking days to level up, you know. Rare candy's like a cheat code.
Jello raising it up with the queen jack off.
And Pat finds a real hand here.
Another big hand for Pat with the 2 kings. Hopefully
Jello
this time.
snap folds though.
I was gonna say hopefully this time he gets some action. He does from Woodley. 7-5 suited in position. This will be fun. It's a good battle. Kings versus 7-5 suited. I recently lost my whole stack with this hand. That's 7-5, that is.
It's funny, you probably lose your whole stack.
Oh, he flops
goodness.
trips.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
not good for Pat in the hat. But he finds a quick check. I like it. I like the decision.
Oh, and the fact that he's up against Woodley is going to make this even tougher to get away.
It's so tough. But I like the decision to check kings here. I check aces sometimes too.
And Woodley gives him a break as he bets tiny, and then the ace comes.
Yeah.
This could save him.
Yeah. It very well could.
Oh, and he checks
Wow.
it back. Woodley's dancing. He was doing a lot of dancing earlier, Chris, and it was working like a charm.
I think he might also just be slightly intimidated from aces, possibly. But
Maybe.
I'm surprised to see the check. Don't mind it though.
I think he maybe just thinks
Yeah,
Pat doesn't have much.
That's definitely getting called now, or definitely calling now.
7 good. And Pat gets away there relatively unscathed.
Yeah.
That could have been way worse.
Definitely could have been worse. The ace and the check back saved him a lot of money. I mean, who knows? Maybe more so the ace than the check, because he might not even call two more bets. But
I gotcha. And Rude Candy tells us that no, the name is not a reference to Pokemon.
no chance.
But I just have one question for you, Rude Candy, which is, who's that lounging in my chair? The next line of the same song.
Nice.
Great song, actually. I'm a fan of it.
Free to go, bus.
Hello, Dalton. We see you, bud. And we're glad you're here. Give us a like, please. We would really appreciate that. You're the man. All right, so it looks like Jonathan has raised it up here and gotten a couple of calls. Pat defends on the button. Wow, looks like the dealer's... Oh, yeah, it looks like the dealer's got a sweet little stack there on the button. Here in the Metroplex, they do a fun little game where people will add their tip money to the button. And so when the dealer wins a pot or deals the best hand to the button, then the dealer scoops it all. So
Yeah, when the player on the button wins the hand,
yeah, exactly.
they tip the dealer that stack of chips right there.
Yeah, and that's a pretty sweet one.
About 25 or so.
Yeah, at least maybe 30.
Maybe 30.
Comes all hearts on the flop, and Pat decides to make a little stab after it checks to him.
Yeah, very small bet.
Very small bet. Very interesting.
Now 4 hearts.
Wow, and he might have a chance to win this pot with the 8-7
He
offsuit.
follows it up.
He is going to.
He's going small
Oh, he
again.
goes tiny again.
Strange.
This might be good enough to get it done, though. Do you think Frankie's going to call for 15, still having Woodley behind him?
Probably not. Maybe. Maybe he'll raise.
That would be pretty sweet.
Nope.
No. He dumps it.
Nice.
Woodley
15
dumps
gets
it.
through. So fun.
15 to win
So
110. The 1/9 pot bet, something like that, gets it done. I mean, that's a fun spot to do something like that because your opponents are kind of, you know, stuck in a spot where they just have to decide, like, do I want to make a play at this? Like, if they don't have a heart, you know, like, I either have to bluff. I'm not just going to, like call down. You see Frankie even dumps the ace.
Oh, they're telling them they're VPIPs right now.
Pre-flop raising 5, 10, 33, 16, 5, 7, 18, 16, 29.
And Woodley with the 29% pre-flop raise. I love it. Yeah, totally agree, Jello.
Raise $10.
Yeah, stand-up game is great action.
It is.
Gonna have to see it more. I know it was making me play looser when I was doing it.
Yeah. They got the stand-up and the 7 deuce going. Oh, and Kenny gets away here. And Pat.
Man, Pat has had aces, kings, and queens, and hasn't managed to win a big pot yet.
No, and his kings got busted.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and that really sucks after you've
Tough.
given good action and then you pick up the big hands and
Yeah.
don't get paid.
Unlucky for him right now.
But what I was going to say there is they've got the stand-up game and the 7 deuce game. I think it would be great to find just another couple of ways like that to increase the action / the entertainment level of the viewing and kind of separate our stream here from what other people are doing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Makes it a lot of fun. Gives you something more to sweat other than just the same usual action that you see in a poker game.
Very true.
Couple of limps here.
I guess, I know Poker House normally allows button straddles. I think it's called the Dallas straddle. But I haven't seen it in the live stream.
Yeah,
I
I'm thinking
know
maybe they're just doing the under the gun straddle for this.
Yeah,
Which I prefer.
yeah, me too.
Smokin' Joe says you got to get some players that have fun and talk crap. And
I think this is our crowd right here.
yeah, I'm with you, dude. I mean, these guys are having a good time. They're playing some fun games, some little side bet games.
Laughing, yelling,
For sure.
making big moves on each other.
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe I'll say something to the boys and try and up the crap talking a little bit. See if we can get a little bit more of that. But in terms of fun players, I think we've already got it.
I saw an all-in, pre-flop all-in with Queen 8 suited versus 8 deuce off.
No doubt.
Doesn't get much better than that.
And here we've got Woodley, who has made it to the river with the worst hand, and we're going to see if he's able to get away without putting any more money in this pot. Kenny has top, bets 35, and Woodley snap folds.
Nice laydown.
That is. I mean, he was getting about 4-1 there, and, you know,
Just giving Kenny credit.
turn up the table volume. I'm digging it, Smokin' Joe. We're going to continue to try and work that in more and more. We know you guys want to hear the players. Let's do a little bit of that right now for you.
Action 3 to go. Raise 10. Come on, pass. Thank you.
You gonna be playing any poker tonight, Nick?
Guys, 3 players.
I'm thinking probably no play tonight. It's going to be pretty late when we get done here, and I'm kind of thinking I got my eye on that Canes box.
I might have to go with you.
That sounds like a good time.
Cam flopping top pair with the queen, and it's gonna get it through. Smoke and Joe, we're seeing your comment, and we'll be happy to see you show up and get rowdy.
Yes, dude. Please come get rowdy.
Maybe you can compete with Pat in the Hat for another cowboy hat.
Yeah. Or bring your own thing.
Another player in a hat. Only reason I thought of that is because of the word rowdy.
Very fair. And Smoke and Joe.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like a Wild West theme. Come on down, Smoke and Joe.
Yeah, maybe you can bring a cigar.
Ooh, nice.
Chew
They
on-
have
chew on that.
a beautiful smoking patio literally 2 steps away from the live stream area here. So
Another great point. They also have a nice indoor lounging area too, with some very comfortable couches,
beautiful.
tables.
It's one of my favorite things about the room is that it's very spacious compared to other competing rooms. Feels like there's a lot of room to move around,
Yes.
lots of space between the tables.
Well lit, very clean.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, cleanliness is such an underrated factor, right? It's huge.
Nice. Smoke and Joe says it's his favorite room also.
Nice, dude.
Here you go, guys. Raise 15. Raise 50.
I think that was Rosie. Pat raising it up. Ace 10 off to 15. And Jello coming in with a 3-bet, king queen suited.
Sweet.
Like to see it.
Pat's gonna defend, and we're gonna see a little 3-bet pot here. $100 out there.
Not a good flop for us, but still have some potential.
2 overs in the gutter against top pair, top kicker. Not a heart to be found in either of their hands.
Interesting decision from Pat to come in with the lead. I don't mind it. Just gets a lot of immediate folds from Jello's hands that don't have a heart and aren't paired. And as we see, it denies him his 2 overcards and his gut shot to the nuts.
Yep.
Well, nut straight.
For sure.
So nice lead there.
Great point.
Makes
And
the hand easier to play.
I think it's also possible that that Jello's going to check back a lot of the hands that you're trying to get value from there. And then there could come some action killing cards. So when you just lead, you kind of force Jello to decide to call with some of those 1 pair hands that he otherwise could just control the size of the pot himself.
Yeah, and you just throw him off.
For sure.
You always expect as the pre-flop 3-better to be the guy to be getting checked to and be the aggressor in the hand. And so when someone leads into you, it just throws you for a loop right away.
For sure. So underrated the potential for leading. Kind of earned a bad reputation, I think, because of the word dunk betting. It makes people think that if you do it, you're a donkey. But in reality, it's like people are giving up a huge part of the game by never doing it.
Agreed.
All right, and Jello has the 7 deuce this time. Let's see if he's able to win the bounty.
And we're suited. It's nice.
Yeah, for sure. Seems so much more playable when it's suited, huh? He does 3-bet and then gets cold called, and defended by the original opener. So we're going 4 ways, and he flops a flush draw. It's best case scenario.
And it's ace high board.
Yes, and no one has anything except for Pat having a gut shot. So I've got to think that Jello's going to take this down right here.
I like to see a nice big sizing right away. Probably like half pot
He goes a little smaller than that.
if I'm in this spot, but
I'm kind of with you. I think with the extra $80 out there that no one else is really aware of, winning the bounties, I think that it's a pretty good opportunity to just size up and like scare them away with all of these
hate to
hands.
let a hand like 6-5 continue, and now we have to decide if we want to barrel the turn, which I think he's going to. Now I definitely want to size up to at least 150.
125.
All right, pretty close. Bit on the smaller end, but
Yeah.
gets it
Gets
done.
it done.
Nice work.
Ooh.
Nice work.
Too good of a flop.
Yeah, Rosie says it. It's a great board.
Too
for,
good of a flop.
Great board for the 7 deuce to put in 2 bets there. Just think with the... Just see a bigger flop bet putting more immediate pressure on the other 3 players in the hand.
Yeah, I'm with you. I might blast the turn too, honestly, but
Yeah, like 175, 200, even more. Something heavy. We have all the aces, the queens, the ace queen.
and we've got
Tough for them to have it.
a healthy amount of equity and the bounty on the line.
Yeah.
And it just really sucks to give them a chance to kind of hero call along.
For sure.
And I would rather take my big chance at bluffing here on the turn when I still have equity, as opposed to like letting him continue with some weak aces or even pairs worse than an ace, and then having to decide if I want to try and blast him off of those on the river when I'm drawing dead.
Yeah, or something super unfortunate happening, like the 6-5 finding 2 calls, missing the river, lead bluffing, and then you get bluffed off the
For sure. Or finding 2 calls and then hitting his
hitting
stand.
it. Yeah, that's bad too. Or inducing any kind of funny business like a check raise.
All right, looks
On
like
to the
we got-
next one.
Yeah, and we got a top pair here for JK against Woodley flopping 2 pair. JK had the real hand pre-flop, but now Woodley's got the real hand. JK. Oh, looks like that's Woodley's bet, and now JK is deciding. Just gonna call. Makes sense. Looks like we got some fantasy football talk going on. SMU alum, baby. All 3 of these boys went to SMU, so shout out to the Mustangs.
Woodley betting again with his 2 pair, and JK not going anywhere yet with the pair of jacks. Be interesting to see what the river brings. King of hearts,
Yeah, this turn card,
not too scary.
turn/river card, is going to give JK
King's not good for
pretty good chance to get away from this.
JK's hand. Surprised Woodley checks back 2 pair there. But he does win the pot.
And JK is thinking it's pretty sick, since they both had a jack, and jack comes on the flop, and he still gets outflopped. And Woodley is the first one to crest the 2K mark.
Nice. It's a juicy stack and 1-3.
Juicy 1-3 stack it is. What is that? Almost 700 big blinds. That's a lot of maneuverability there. You can start to 3-bet quite a few hands when you got that kind of leverage. Although, to be fair, no one else on the table has 700 blinds, but they're all up there.
Yeah. Several 1K stacks, I think.
For sure. For sure. You're 3, 4, 500 big blinds deep with several of these players. Man, I'm looking forward to Smoking Joe showing up and getting rowdy now after reading that comment. I want to see what that means and see if he follows through. Big talk in the chat box, Smoking Joe. Let's see if you show up in person. Now Rosie has the 7 deuce and he's gone for the raise. Again, gets called 3 ways. Same as what happened to Jello, I believe. And again, no one really has any real hands, so this is going to be a battle of the flop. It comes down jack high, which is good for JK. He's got a weak kicker. Is there any way Rosie's going to be able to leverage him off this hand and win the bounties?
I think I would, yeah, I like the check back. I think I would check back and then just see what develops and maybe try to steal the pot later. It's just such a dynamic flop, so hard to get folds from every player 4 ways.
We do have backdoor straight and flush draws. To
Yeah,
be fair,
but it's
but I'm with you.
still an argument for, still a good case for checking back and then improving our equity and then going for the bet.
No doubt, I'm with you, especially when you've got...
I wouldn't mind seeing him bet the king on the turn because that could be easily repped.
Sure, and it's already checked around twice.
Yeah, that would. I think the turn is a good spot to decide to make a big bet. But he doesn't decides not to go for it 4 ways.
Sure. I think another huge consideration for whether to make a C bet there is that you have Woodley and Pat in the Hat both in the hand too, and you know they're going to be sticky.
There's just so many draws that are never folding. So many draws, so many straights, pairs, pair plus draw. But at turn, we kind of get like the best card for our range. We can easily rep a king that checked back the flop. And like you said, everybody checked to us again, showing additional weakness.
I'm with you. The only problem is now we don't really have any way to win the hand if we get called, but I mean, you're going to have to bluff again. You're never going to improve to have the best hand probably after you've gotten called, but I am with you.
I'd say that's going to be the case a lot with the 7 deuce.
Yeah, but on the flop, you have ways to improve. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
So in contrast, on the turn, you like have more reasons to bet from the action of your opponents, but your actual holding probably has less reasons to bet. So seems like both of them could maybe be a bit of a mix depending on the players you're playing against.
Pretty good flop for JK with the queen jack. Flop 2 overs and open-ended.
Yep. And for Pat, second pair.
Woodley doesn't have much. Pat picks up second pair. Goes bet and call. Oh, drills the nut straight.
Yeah, wow.
Nice card. And I guess Pat picks up the gut shot now. Jack would make him a queen high straight also.
Yeah.
So he's drawing to a chop. And he's calling.
Not really surprised to see him calling here when this card improves his hand.
Yeah, 60 also not too scary. Deuce, clean run out for the queen jack.
Total brick.
And what are we doing here for JK? Lots of 2 pairs to target. A 7 is a weaker straight.
Sure.
Yeah, I like the choice to go big.
Yeah, I think I'd go really big here and target a 7.
Pat makes a good laydown.
I think people have a really hard time believing that you have the bigger straight. And they think that often you have the 7 yourself and they're calling to chop.
For sure.
Hearing some football analysis here.
That would have been 7 points.
Didn't even know there was a screen there.
I think right on that wall up above the table there.
That's fun for everyone that came out to play. They still get to watch football.
No doubt.
And props to these guys for getting out there and, you know, showing their game to the public and not being afraid to play on stream and gamble and
No doubt.
have a good time. It's
Not
not so
easy.
easy playing on live stream and knowing that other people are going to be watching what you're doing. Especially as a poker player, you tend to sometimes want to keep those closer to the vest. Is that the phrase?
Yeah, I think that's good. Excuse me. Looks like everyone is fascinated with what's happening in the football game right now. As I said before, we're on a 15-minute delay here, so you can see what happened 15 minutes ago and keep up with the action. In the football game, that is. So everybody kind of bricks here, except for Woodley, who flops bottom pair and a flush draw.
Yeah, and Frankie has the backdoor nut draw.
He does. He bets $6.
It's going to be pricey if
Micro
the
pot.
diamond comes. I like the small bet. Just sets himself up for barreling some diamond turns.
No doubt. Totally with you.
Wouldn't be great in this case, but
Very cheap way to just like kind of take control of the action and give yourself multiple opportunities to win down the line.
yeah, and it works a lot. Wouldn't mind seeing
This time, check,
like-
check, check, check.
checks out. Oh, Woodley had pair and flush draw.
Yeah, he did. And decided just to call on that flop, which I think is reasonable.
Yeah.
And then checks it down, and a 5 is good.
Ends up being a good give up from Frankie too.
Sure.
I imagine a diamond would have cost him some more bets. So it sounds like they will keep playing after stream, which is always fun. but the stream will end at 10 o'clock.
Stream's gonna end at 10, so we got about 20 minutes left. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Sweet. The 4 hours has flown by.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed doing this with you, buddy.
Yeah, me too. It's been fun.
I have to say, when me and Chris were doing just a little rough practice, just to kind of see how our flow would be when doing commentary together, it sort of felt like 4 hours might be a long time. You know, you'd go for 15 or 20 minutes and then kind of feel like you needed a breather for a second. And of course, when you're actually here in the booth, you have to just keep going continuously for the whole 4 hours. And it's just flown by, though. It's been really easy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's especially fun watching people you know and getting to listen in and hear them talk too. And
For sure. Interact with the chat a little bit,
yeah, the chat has been entertaining.
to say the least. And we've maintained about 40 to 50 viewers throughout the entirety of it, so I'd say that's pretty good. I think in our previous episodes from last week, when they were just getting things up and going, we were just getting to the 10, 20, 25 mark. So here on our first night with the Next Gen boys, we're getting up into the 50s and expect to see that continuing to grow rapidly as these boys start to produce more and more content here at Poker House, promo it on their social media accounts as well as on Poker House's social media accounts, and just picking up more and more traction here as we go along. Go ahead, Chris. What were you going to say?
I'll save it.
Fair enough.
Sounds like Rosie's talking about the early poker days.
No doubt.
Fun to see these guys moving up the stakes and playing bigger games and growing their fan base. It's also fun being friends with them. Really cool guys.
For sure. And for these guys, the early poker days was literally like a year to 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Which is pretty amazing how far they've come in such a short time, where just a couple of nights ago, Frankie was here playing on this live stream, playing 5, 5, 10, 20, 40.
Yeah, for sure.
40. That's a big game. That's a big game. And I think at one point he had, what, an 8 or 9K stack? Something like that. It's pretty close to that.
Yeah.
And he was in for 2K, so
Yeah, I think
pretty good night for the kid.
very good night.
Very good night.
Those are the dream sessions in poker.
No doubt. And here we're going to have some fireworks as Woodley and JK have both flopped a flush draw. Now Pat turns a pair to go with his gut shot, so he may be in on the action too. And the pot is already $160. And it looks like it checks around, so all three guys kind of allowing the other guys to see a free card. And Pat's pair of fives are going to be good. Oh, looks like JK is going to make a play at it. Woodley's out of there. Now, can Pat make the hero call with the...
I think he
pair
is.
of
He's
fives?
suspicious.
He is. He reaches.
What is JK repping when he checks the turn?
Oh, and what a call.
Nice. He's going to feel good about this one.
Oh, no doubt. We got to give him some love for that one. Awesome. Great call by Pat there.
Yeah, snap call.
No doubt. JK.
Just saw it for what it was.
I feel like maybe he waited one street too late to start making a play at that, you know?
Yeah.
When it checks to you on the turn and you got nothing but king high against two players, your king high is not going to be good very often, and you got the nut flush draw. Seems like a pretty good spot to go ahead and take a stab.
I agree. And when you bet the turn, you still get to rep top pair way more often than when you check turn and then bet the river.
For sure.
Pretty hard to sell that you have top pair now.
Yeah, and I think it's just important to note that even if you can justify to yourself, like, well, I probably would check some top pairs on the turn and then value bet them on the river. It's really important whether your line is going to add up to your opponent, though.
Right.
If it looks suspicious, then, you know, they might find the call anyway.
Yeah, it's all about what they think about your play.
Yeah, exactly. Trexton says, let's go, team. We're here for it, dude. Come on down to Poker House and join the team. And appreciate you joining in on the stream and giving us some love in the chat.
Pat defending the 8 deuce off. He seems to like these offsuit, super disconnected hands.
I'm thinking that he was the straddle here, and probably it's just a element of him loving to defend his straddle.
That makes more sense.
So Jonathan flops middle set, and then Pat leads into him. Pat has a very robust leading range. That has been very interesting to watch.
Yeah, if I'm Jonathan with middle set facing a lead, I'm probably just bumping it up now.
He does.
Of course, he gets rid of the total air balls, but there's a lot of hands that can continue. Top pair, straight draws, flush draws.
Sure.
We want to build a pot with a hand as strong as middle set.
Sure. And I think he might have been surprised to see how much of an air ball was kind of going for it there.
Yeah.
You're kind of thinking your opponent's going to have some piece of the board.
Definitely.
It works. You know, like, I mean, it's so low regard. I have 5, and they're good. That's the one where I get.
I will say, though, from Pat's perspective, if he is going to do quite a bit of defending out of position, like we've seen him do, having that leading range goes a long ways to help combat the fact that you're going to be out of position for the entire hand. And if you're just giving up that flop action and allowing your opponent to be the aggressor and dictate the next action, then you've really given up half the hand now.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Pre-flop and flop, you've taken passive actions, and now there's only 2 streets left. And if your cards aren't very good, it's kind of hard to find ways to win. Eddie giving us some love in the booth. Appreciate that. And Dalton giving the cowboy hat some love. Unfortunately, it took his girl, and he misses her a lot. That is tough, dude, but I have to say I'm not that surprised. It is an epic cowboy hat. Maybe you should get one of your own and take a swing at getting your girl back. Good luck on that, buddy. Pat's got a gutter here. Woodley's got bottom pair. See a lot of battling going on between these two gentlemen, which is great for viewing pleasure. Tough to play. It's very tough to play, but they don't seem to mind. They seem to like getting into those spots where it's a little bit dicey and then trying to figure it out along the way.
Just noticed we have a hand tracker in the top right corner too. That's cool.
Sweet. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that either. So this is going to be hand number 100. And as we're getting kind of close to winding it down here, looks like we got about 10 minutes left. So I think it may be reasonable to expect that in a 4-hour session on live stream, we're getting around 100 hands.
Yeah, especially with all the extra shenanigans and stuff. It makes the hands longer, and the multi-way action makes the hands also play out longer. So
For sure. And actually here they're having to dictate a lot of the action, I think, to the tracker. So slows it down a little bit too.
Rosie in the small blind, raising versus the blinds, the small blind, or the big blind and the straddle. Whoa, what happened? Jonathan 3-bets. Pat calls and Rosie mucks the ace-jack suited. Unfortunate to get rid of the best hand there versus 2 hands that are sharing each other's cards.
Sure.
But here we are. And they would have outflopped him. King-queen versus king-queen. Hard for this not to be a tie unless a heart peels on the turn. Then we'll have a sweat. Oh, and there's the deuce of hearts. Pat free rolling.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan's going to bet, drawing dead.
Wouldn't mind having seen Rosie actually go for a 4-bet in that spot. After seeing Pat play so aggressively pre-flop and then getting a cold call, I think it's a pretty good opportunity to make ace-jack suited a 4-bet. Just an idea.
Sure, I'm with you, buddy.
I think those are the kind of hands that we're happy to put more money in with versus a looser lineup like this.
And let's see what's happened here. It looks like the river card has... Oh, it looks like Pat just announced that he was going to call. I mean, going to raise. Put out the calling chips and then decided to raise on top of it. And is really putting Jonathan in a tizzy here where they have the same hand and Pat's free rolling him and he will be calling to chop / lose. There is no winning.
Yeah, this is a fun play by Pat right now.
And
All the
Jonathan
money
just
goes
sticks
there.
it in. My goodness.
Ooh, free roll doesn't come through.
No, it doesn't. They're going to chop it up. Wow. Little risky business there from Jonathan, but I guess he's just seen Pat go for so many kind of out-of-the-box plays that he decided to just stick it in here and think that Pat probably had enough bluffs, maybe just single heart hands that he decided to go for it with. And
Yeah, definitely not an easy call when the straight and the flush come in, and Pat could have any 2 cards, but it's hard to fold top pair against someone that's putting big bets in a lot.
Eddie says that he's still recovering from his birthday bash here at Poker House. We witnessed personally the birthday bash going on, and I have to say that it was quite epic. And I'm honestly not that surprised to hear that Eddie is still on the recovery train. Best of wishes to you, Eddie. Get that rest so you can get back here in the booth this next week and help get the job done on this live stream. Happy birthday to you, though.
What does mug mean?
I think that's a meetup game.
Ah, nice.
I'm not sure what Dalton means by can I get a rate from the commentators, but I'll say I rate that this game has been A+. Had a good time. Cole wants a TBH. To my knowledge, that just means to be honest. Not sure what to be honest about here. I feel like we've been fairly transparent with the strategy talk. Now we got Cam betting out with top pair into a 5-way pot. But he's going to be betting into Kenny, who's got an even better top pair. And Woodley, who might... he does. Woodley decides to continue, as does Kenny, of course. And Woodley's going to try and look for an opportunity to pick this one off on a good turn card. It does give him a gut shot, but Kenny has turned top 2. And Cam continues to bet.
Yeah, it's kind of feels a bit out of character to see Cam involved in this action so far.
Yeah, and this is a really interesting card. Woodley would have made the straight. I wonder if Cam can find a way to win this pot. No, he can't. It's just going to check. Kenny's going to take it down with top 2. Can hear the frustration there. I think that might have come from Cam, who is sitting on the smallest stack of the table at the moment. But that can all change very quickly. Only takes one hand.
One hand, no limit hold'em. The chips are flying.
And now Dalton has a question for you, Chris. As you mentioned, you're not much of a football fan, but you are quite the football fan.
Definitely messy.
Okay, there you go. I'd have to agree, even though I'm not nearly as educated about it as Chris, but I'm more of a messy guy myself.
I mean, I respect Ronaldo, of course. Another top player, arguably second best. But but Messi's just the GOAT.
He's the man.
Messi's the GOAT.
Messi seems a little more inconspicuous, too.
He's more humble.
Yeah, exactly. Ronaldo's got like the big brand and the flashy looks and everything, which is cool that you can still back it up. But I think people kind of root for the fact that Messi seems more like the common man. and is still such a stud. All right, we got an open from Kenny, and Pat comes in for the 3-bet. These are the kind of 3-betting candidates that I prefer when I'm off of the button, maybe the cutoff or hijack, so that I can prevent the button from coming in and, in effect, steal the button. But Pat decides to go for it here when he already has the button and kind of pays the price for it as he gets 4-bet, but decides to take a flop with him. And it's an interesting flop. Pat flops nothing, but it's a total disaster in Kenny's eyes as the 2 overcards have come to his queens. And I'm wondering if Pat's going to have any opportunity to take this away or if it's going to be c-bet and fold. And wow, pretty healthy size bet.
This is the benefit to betting your range, though, here versus checking. Like, even though we hate this flop with queens, just putting the bet in when we can rep the aces, the kings, the ace-king prevents Pat from doing anything too creative to bluff us off the hand. So I like seeing him c-bet there. Didn't catch the size, but I definitely prefer c-betting rather than checking and then giving away the aggression and the lead in the hand to your opponents.
I'm with you, dude. And it seems like it was about 3rd pot there, which might be even a little bit larger than I would go. Maybe I go closer to quarter, but I think it's totally reasonable. And I'm with you 100% on the reasons for just betting the range there. And I think that was a perfect example of it, because I think that if he had have decided to check, that there's a really good chance Pat would go for it and probably bet him off of his queens.
Agreed.
So might have saved him $400. So Scallywags mentions that he would love to stake Rosie, and I have to say I would be happy to stake any of these boys. I think they all 3 play very well. Solid, disciplined poker, aggressive poker, and I think they're great players.
Yeah, I'm just reading your Ronaldo comment, Dalton. That's true, of course, but he's also much taller, a much taller player, so he does have the edge there with the headers.
I mean, is their header play really enough to vault one player over the other? Seems like other factors would be more.
I mean, it's good for a striker to have, you know, heading capability, strong heading capability, of course, because you're scoring a lot of goals in front of the net. But Messi just gets the job done.
Yes.
He makes up for the headers by just dribbling the pants off of everybody.
Sure, and I'm sure he's not bad at the headers. It probably just pales a little bit compared to Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've got Kenny with top pair and Pat with a gut shot, but we know Pat's not giving up easy these days. And he does decide to make a play at it, and it's not going to work. Kenny just sticks it in. Pat's got $280 left. And this is not going to be the place to call it off.
Think we can get some of that pizza when we get out of here?
Are you off of the canes?
If there's free pizza, it's hard to go. It's hard to reject that, but... Oh, weird. The sound just was weird.
Rude Candy, I want to personally apologize for the soccer talk. We'll keep that to a minimum. I'm with you there. American sports here, buddy. I'm going to guess a deck of cards, Connor. It looks like Scallywags is also guessing that. Eddie likes the sizing with the 2 queens. I think it's fine. I think you're sort of giving up the opportunity to get called by any worse hands when you take that sizing, but it's all right. It keeps control of the hand and kind of discourages your opponent from making a play at it.
Yeah, just specifically on ace-king high in a 4-bet pot, it's so hard for your opponent to have kings or aces. Like, mostly the best hand they can have is ace-king, which would just be one reason that allows us to size down on the flop c-bet, but it's pretty much the same thing, quarter and third. Pretty much, pretty much. Jello rivering a king. Woodley has an ace. And
He
snap
snapped
calls.
some- Yep.
And lose.
And lose.
Just lose.
Smallish spot. There we go. Get a few more sound effects in here before we wrap it up. Love it.
Test my memory.
Scallywag wants to know about cash games versus tournaments, and I'm going to say that they both have their place. I think it's hard to vault one over the other because they're so distinct. Tournaments gives you a different rush of adrenaline that it's hard to achieve in a cash game as the tournament dwindles down to fewer and fewer players, and you recognize the ability to multiply your money times 10 or 100 or 1,000. And of course, cash games give you the ability to win more often, play as big as you want to, and come and go as you please. You know, so I think they both have their place. Looks like this might have been a straddle to 15, as it says Pat just called. And then Cam has raised it on the button. Jello defends the big blind with pocket nines. Could have been a spot to consider a 3-bet, but I don't mind calling either. And now Pat, who just called for the 15, limp shoves for the 250, and I have to think Jello's going to find the call here. Called with the queen 8 suited earlier in the stand-up game.
And the stack is pretty short.
Yeah, exactly. And there's so much out there already.
And if he's been paying attention to Pat, he's probably seen him losing quite a bit of pots and betting and getting out of line. And it looks like he does go for it with the nines.
Yeah, my guess is that the tank there was more so just to figure out what he wanted to do because of Woodley still being in the pot, as opposed to deciding if he wanted to put in any more money. I think that was probably like a snap continue the entire way. Oh, yeah, and it's no good. He gets out flopped and is almost drawing dead.
2 outs.
Turns a brick.
Pat makes the trips.
Oh, and what's the river?
Oh, looks like
Is it a 9? Oh, wow. It's a 9 on the end.
Run good.
Oh, my goodness. And Jello, although it was Pat who sucked out on the flop, Jello gets him right back.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate for Pat. It's been a tough night for him. Good play, well played, and good game, Pat. But
and then you got to watch the fist bump right after. Yeah, that's tough stuff, but it is what it is. And that vaults Jello up to the second biggest chip count of the night. And as we are getting close to winding it down, that's a big pot for Jello. Always frustrating. You get it in good on one of the last hands of the night and then lose a big one. So I'm sure he's happy to
make it rain poker. Thanks for the compliment, bud.
Wow, Najad and Schulman level. I mean, that's up amongst the elite right there.
We'll take that all day.
The only problem is that Ollie and Schulman, they have like sort of a trolling each other dynamic. But me and Chris are a little too close for that, I think. We get along too well and agree on too much poker-related things to have that kind of needling going on. But maybe we'll try and get a little bit of needling going on here in the future.
Maybe so, maybe so.
Maybe we can needle the guys in the game a little more.
It's tough to troll when you have just this much respect for the other person.
Fair enough, buddy. Appreciate that. And Rain, we appreciate you being in the box. That is Rain Copeland of Haslet House Poker. Appreciate the love and appreciate the 43 of you guys who are sticking it out till the end with us here. We'll mention that to Matt Scallywagon.
I don't think that's going to get changed.
Probably not. They've got pretty extensive setup going on now, but we will be sure to mention all the feedback.
The fun part about this area is that the rest of the room can see you guys, can see the people on the live stream playing, and makes it a bit more communal.
Nice, Dalton.
versus being off into the like behind walls.
I appreciate that idea, and I could actually see a future where we do some kind of podcast style commentary. Maybe we could even work with Next Gen on something like that. That'd be a lot of fun. All right, so we've got an open from Jonathan here, and Frankie 3-bets to ISO him. I think that this could go for a mix, actually. When you're both EP, we kind of talked about this earlier a little bit, where you need some hands in there in that flatting range that are going to protect the weaker hands that you want to flat, so that when you do get squeezed, you have some continues. You really hate to have no continues after flatting if you get squeezed, but Frankie decides to 3-bet this time, right, and then now gets out-flopped big time. He c-bets small. It's a pretty good board for him to c-bet here. And Jonathan just sneakily calls.
I appreciate the riddles you guys are sending. I just have no answers. Commentators are Nick and Chris. That is correct.
You got it, Daryl.
Jonathan with the nut boat. The three's full of deuces. Oh, no longer than that.
And Frankie has gone pretty sizable here on the turn. This one is going to be tough. I'm sure Frankie probably had visions of bluffing backdoor clubs here and turned his gut shot and thinks, well, I have all of the big pairs as the 3-better, and none of that is going to matter here as Jonathan sticks it all in Frankie's face.
What do you think about just calling here again with the threes full?
The problem is you're out of position, and I feel like maybe you're giving your opponent a chance to check back some on the river.
But it's a 3-bet pot, and what hands is Frankie checking back?
On the river?
Yeah. Because my thinking is like, these are one of those times on a fairly dry board in a 3-bet pot where just check calling the turn with such a nutted hand, for one, helps protect your weaker, like, marginal pairs facing river aggression, and two, it keeps most of Frankie's value hands, let's just say 10s plus, are all gonna bet the river most of the time. Maybe he'll find a check back with a hand like 10s, 9s, or 10s, but then it also keeps in all of his bluffs that are just 2 overcards drawing dead that might want to triple off in this spot. Just an idea.
Sure, and I'm with you 100% on that. I think us knowing Frankie personally know that he would probably go pretty thin there on the river, and I would expect him to continue betting with 10s and even 9s. But maybe here in the game they don't all know that as specifically, and are afraid that just the way the action plays out that it could go check on the river, and he doesn't want to miss out. So.
No, I'm not saying that check raising is bad by any means, but
Sure.
It was a pretty big. Looked like 125 to 900.
I think it was 175.
175.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Just a fun spot to find some different options on occasion.
I'm with you 100%.
Also, wouldn't mind, even though I agree with everything you said about Frankie betting the ace queen on the turn, I also don't mind checking ace queen back there and trying to realize sometimes.
Yeah, I don't mind either. And I think this card, even though it's kind of good for our specific, or is very good for our specific hand, it also emboldens our opponent with some of those weaker overpairs. Like, let's say he has a hand like 6s, 7s, or 8s. We're kind of looking for a card that interacts more with our range in his mind, like a king or a jack or a 10 to barrel on, that kind of scares those hands, as opposed to him thinking, well, there's a good chance he's just trying to put pressure on me here with ace king, ace queen, and this is actually a really good card for me. I still have an overpair to the board.
Yeah, agreed. Not to mention that all the small pairs have made sets.
All right, Jay Adams gives us a follow. Awesome, we appreciate that. And it looks like we're about to be winding down here as the live stream comes to a close.
At the end, I go through all the stats, leave it on for 10 seconds so you can chat about that.
Cool, awesome. We got Eric here in the booth with us for a minute. This is the guru who makes the the live stream happen. Just got to give a great shout out to him and say we appreciate the opportunity to work with these guys. He helped us learn how all the equipment works on the fly, and I think it's turned out great. Looking forward to working with them more in the future. I think it's gone great. We've got Jello here standing right outside of the door.
Or Jelly, as I like to call him.
Or Jelly, as he is fondly known for this
Oh,
stream.
this is perfect because once this wraps up, we're going to have you come tell us about your queen 8 suited hand.
For sure. But first, let's finish the action of this one real quick as we have Kenny picking up 2 aces on the button. Looks like Woodley opened and then calls a 3-bet out of position. Very playable hand.
Yeah, he's definitely defending this hand.
No doubt, but he totally whiffs on this flop. I'd be surprised to see him continue.
Yeah, I think the hand's over.
And it instantly is over, and Kenny scoops one there. Connor wants to know Jelly and Rosie versus Pat and Cam in a 2v2 game. I'm guessing basketball to 11. Jello, who do you got?
Me and Rosie versus Pat and Cam. Oh, easily me and Rosie. First of all, Rosie's a baller.
Jello says he's ready to book action on this.
Yeah, I'm ready to book action for sure. I don't know about Cam, but I know Rosie can drop threes. So
Connor, we'd love to see you come down to the poker house here and book some action with us on this. I bet there's a vlog in the making on the 2v2 game.
Yeah, Connor, you want to get in on the action too? Bring a partner. We can make it 3v3 if you want.
Let's go. All right, and Cam picks up pocket kings here.
I think this is a sight for sore eyes for Cam. He hasn't had too many big hands to work with tonight.
No doubt. And that would be awesome for him to scoop a big one here at the end. And he's going to get some action as JK comes in with the 3-bet right behind him. It's a pretty sizable 3-bet, too, as he goes 5x.
Yeah, good spot for this stack size, too.
For sure. And one other thing that we were talking about earlier with the EP versus EP flatting ranges, one other good thing about flatting some hands like ace, queen, ace, jack, as opposed to 3-betting them, is it does protect you that every once in a while when your opponent wakes up with a hand like this. And you do know that that is a measurable part of his opening range from under the gun, especially Cam, who's played relatively conservative tonight.
Yeah. I was wondering to see what he ends up choosing. Goes with half his stack, so maybe that'll keep JK in.
Little 3x 4-bet for half of his stack. Could even see going a little bit smaller here, but
Yeah, like 175.
for sure, especially when your stack is as much as his is, then it's nice to put in about a third of it, and then you've got pretty easy shove on almost any flop. But
It's tough with these sizes because almost any size you choose, you're pretty much committing your stack.
for sure,
like-
with 2 kings, you don't mind that too much, and maybe actually with the kings, you want to go a little bit bigger than if you had aces.
No, yeah, I'm not saying you mind. I'm saying like you're kind of giving away that you're committing your stack with any 4-bet size.
Sure. It looks like Eddie's talking here. Let's see, or JK is talking here.
Nice, makes a good fold.
Yeah, he does find the fold and shows it.
Good fold.
Mixed emotions for Cam, who's going to take down the pot, but probably wishes he had got a little bit more out of ace-queen there.
Yeah,
JK gives the live reaction.
yeah, you could almost min click it there back to like 150.
Yeah, kind of what I was thinking, but with aces, I especially like that. But with 2 kings, you need a little protection. It's going to come an ace on that flop, maybe 30% of the time. Eddie's in the chat advocating for the mixed game live stream. Eddie, I am up for it 100%, but it's going to have to be a compromise because of the setup of the cards. But I have talked to Eric, and we might be able to get some stud games going where you've got only 2 hole cards. So maybe we could do some triple stud. Hit us in the chat if anyone's interested in seeing some triple stud. Stud high low, and Raz. And we got Mr. Jelly here. He's in the booth and he's on the table at the same time with the goods. He
Nice.
flops middle pair, a gut shot, and a flush draw Unfortunately, Kenny has ace jack, a better kicker, and then the ace is also a diamond, which makes things a little bit more tricky. Jello bets out. Kenny calls.
Yeah, this is a pretty exciting flop for Jack 10 and diamonds.
No doubt.
And we drill the straight.
Wow, and Cam, who just called with the pure gut shot, also drills the straight. And is going to be chopping with Jello here, but Jello's free rolling him on the diamond.
And leads out. Wonder what Jello decides to do here.
Bets 40. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He's in the tank here. That's Cam that bets 40.
Flat call, totally reasonable.
Call. Comes a brick on the river. It's going to be a chop pot here, and unless someone does something crazy. Cam bets 125.
Yeah, it's tough to do anything else besides just call down, because when Cam decides to leave the turn, he can, I mean, he's pretty much repping a 10 at worst, and if not, king 10, which is a better straight. So don't blame Jello for just calling 2 bets there. And nice chop at the end to end the night.
No doubt. Let's see if we can hear the table here for the last couple of minutes. So we go through some of the statistics. Woodley is mixing it up. 66% VPIP, and he makes it look easy. He does such a good job of navigating when he's in there that you forget how many hands he's actually playing.
For sure.
He also leads the way with pre-flop raise percentage here and pretty much drove the action. Let's say him and Pat in the Hat drove the action tonight, really, and Woodley just ended up getting the best of it.
Yeah, Woodley made a lot of good moves, a lot of creative moves.
No doubt. And our aggression frequency stat.
Got called on a few bluffs, but also made some nice value bets that got paid off. It's a fun game to watch. And we appreciate everybody being here.
No doubt. And also, Pat in the Hat stats are not being shown right here, as he left the game just a few minutes early before they wrapped it up. So, seeing a couple of comments here about the tightness, but really it was not a very tight game, as we had multiple players playing over 50% VPIP. I would say that there was a lot of action tonight, Chris, and we're actually about to get...
Yeah, super fun game.
Yeah, and we're going to get Mr. Jello in here for just a second to explain to us one of the biggest action hands of the night. Yeah, and we're going to go ahead and flip it over here to the booth. Here we are, guys, and here's Mr. Eric, Mr. Chris, and we're about to get Mr. Jello back in here in a second so he can tell us about his Queen 8 versus
8 deuce off.
8 deuce off. That's what it was. Awesome.
All right, Jello. We want to know hand of the night.
Can we grab one of these chairs possibly and have him sit right next to you?
What made you pull the trigger?
Oh boy,
Tell us what you were thinking.
There was a lot of factors going into it, and I can't fail to acknowledge the gambling aspect of it as well. But I mean, it was an open to 35. There's 2 people left in the stand-up game, so I make the call in later position, trying to just get in there. And like 4 people call, I think, and then it was back on Pat in the Hat. And I know he's a thinking player. He's gonna be squeezing here a ton because he knows. It was Jonathan that opened. He was the last person in the stand-up game with me, so he's going to be really wide. And then it's all calls behind, which pretty much cap their ranges. And so Pat in the Hat's going to have the ability to squeeze really wide here, and he went with a huge sizing of 350. And then it's back onto me. It folds around. There's an additional like $150 of dead money in there, plus the 350 bet by him, which can be with like complete garbage. Queen 8 suited is better than the average hand, and so I figured if Pat can be doing this with like as weak as 7 deuce or even like 3 deuce suited or like some garbage hands like that, I should probably just be getting it in here, especially given the fact that the other players are likely going to get out of the way. So I'd get a pretty good price there, have the ability to double up as well as not lose a stand-up game. So it seemed like a good spot to take in the moment, and it's a little gambly too. I was ready to just get in there. So.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, it is a great opportunity, and it turns out you were spot on your read. He showed up with the 8 deuce offsuit, so you had him dominated.
Definitely.
I don't know if
Is
you
this the
saw
first
his
time
hand.
you're hearing that he had 8 deuce?
Yeah, he told me he was crushed. That's all I knew.
Yeah.
8 deuce off.
8 deuce off. So
You had him dominate.
you had the soul read. You made the move. Love to see it.
Love to see it.
Awesome.
Definitely the hand of the night.
That's sweet. That's sweet. What do you think about that last hand when I kind of coolered him with the pocket nines against the ace 7?
Oh yeah, I mean that. I think that hand played itself. I think he did a good job recognizing that it's a good spot to get it in versus stack. And again, he's going to be wide there, and nines is a strong hand. So
No doubt. That one seemed like
yeah.
a slam dunk
Good
compared
play.
to the queen 8.
yeah.
The queen 8 seemed like it was the craziest hand of the night. In the nines, I had no surprises there.
Yeah,
So.
we
definitely.
expected that.
Yeah.
It was a fun one.
Awesome, dude. Well, we had a great time commentating on it. Great time watching you guys. You played awesome. Congratulations. Booked a nice little win, I think.
Yeah, thank you very much for commentating. It was
No
a blast.
doubt.
I'm excited to listen back to it.
No doubt, dude. All right. Well, we'll wrap this up here, and we'll catch you guys out there in just a second.
Alrighty.
Yeah, a bunch of fun. Thanks again, everybody, for the support, and we had fun. We had fun.
No doubt. And you're going to catch us back here in the coming weeks, and you're definitely going to catch these next-gen boys hosting live stream after live stream. We are excited to improve this each and every week for you guys. Come down to Poker House, check it out, get in the games, meet these guys so you can get in this live stream game and participate in this crazy action. And for Chris, this is Nick, and we are going to be signing off for tonight, and we'll catch you next time.
Peace.